difference by 400 Ghana cedis. Ura marketer and yama. Yes, you may want something direct. But no obianwa or best so what terms aban ben was or buy and no people never did some question no Momra Yencheni. A government should create opportunities. And that is what the John Mahama administration is doing, creating opportunities. Take advantage. If you are able to take advantage of opportunities, no, on your bonnet. And just say encourage Exim Bank $45 million. And Franco to go to come by Kankwasi someone try. And to talk cash minimum to me of Fuino. Encourage a Bansika. Se Bobia sa ko gina ho moma me contract nye yo Bobia ya be ma ho nia dis kana ma Bobia ya te ya na Bobia kwa akoto Ferrari no di gina santemampo twa twetwe na ma yo ndi ni Bobby se ni o ka bi atamsin o ka Bobby ba ku bi atazira ya to bam nyeri. Now yo Bobby no anya adwuma na this can we are. You need to be punished. So a government creates opportunities. And that is what we must take advantage of. This is no more a constituency near executives near branch for no. Kasa na beba form. CEOs no somwa. Masa sa course no de omomfa na emfa kina nkwasia course no ya no ankrofo frefre ministers na ade no look enkwa so hwe kwame me come kira say me ametie a menye obi ayi obi timi frɛw wani abre ya bibi o na kwa no wi ansani me say ai o kai me Bobby di ba me Charlie. Hey, one way you want to be passes here. I'm for the way. And these beautiful ones be and frame it. And you're going to frame it, sir. And you're going to frame it, sir. Downtown for no. Bobby di mami. Then I'm like, what frame? Oh, Minya, your friend is saying, assembly and person no okay. What can say you okay? I'll get back. Nada will be a body, you know, Urafi. And then you have a sack. My friends are me now. Now, what to say? I'm your voice now. So what the kakra? Just say. Look, so when they complain about and I'm afraid we are on fire and I'm afraid we are on pick you on cause. Masa, if you are in their shoes, just say the only problem here, you know, on my job or mobu bebre, you know, they should delegate. Now I wanna ebema grassroots not to me because you can also say grassroots no and you guys some get in touch with the top. In fact, I'm gonna do almost every day. Kwaji, Emma water baby, a water no. Ya would dimran to us some phone. However, we should be fair. Hey, 7 January so be funny course in a day. And now you know you. Chama said don't get here. Was it the meeting in my fat? The meeting in Memphis. You can't. And at you, Bama, a young na grassroots for no go. Yana ye frebia. Me fre obi one far and one no. Unim baby or unim at the crowd or ye. Just send a message. Leave a message. Or ye the papa person who deal here. He or she will get back to you. As simple as ABCD. Yes, now they are asking any papa. Obi wa akra na ndu ka say ndis ni no bia na pe obi asem endi bobi ansam tie ndis ni bia na pe o ya point o pe masem ye wa point bi wo ha ono wa yo nkofa no free tete o testing no who say obobie na test me obi wa ono ni bibia ye. And those people me bobie I am fine. Oni me ni bibia ya me no ni bibia me fra santemampo ufuru yi gare what is the issue? Me oni me ni bibia ya me no ni bibia ye. But ye nyina ya a common agenda. Any kwa say me de ho abufuo say that common agenda no aye one the bigger picture no afa kwase ba ko ho abufuo appointee kwase ba ko wafa no ho abufuo no akosai ni nyina ebi na ye MPP for no ye obi wa Kwame naturally born bad onya appointee kura sa na ote onya obi a oye social onya obi onamo ananim te onya obi a opeke calls saa ne yawo no enye so obey appointee ntina ote saa ne yawo no saa ne atete no enti wo mfa saa nipa no ho abufuo nipa ba ko pe ho abufuo no a sha se wo bastardize a whole government chese wo tutu aboboko park no so adaya wo frɛ nipa ba ko pe bi ntino ne wa mfa enti de na afra dwoma ma kra do afa enti de ai mesi dwoma ma be mfie mienu ni mani ja me penalty tenu asian program bi ase abusan say di e ko wo wi ase many ye ko campaign ye no mu nyina na nam wuram ba sa ta na ni abre enya afre na wo kwa me na me lead o mo ene kofi buachi ye ko mampo santoma mpo ahemfie but enya ho ne ye ko ba mani o ye ni abre sa ta mani bra aba no enya ho na akoye e olumai mi wa ha o wo anto onya dai wonu wa bre wakasa wa ha wusu onya obi a no mra mechia wo waboda ma na asa wo yare pen ni ansa yare ni emfa nko akafo so look agro no ye nyina ye ntiase se ye ko baabi we should encourage the NDC government on to niema yie ototo niema yie a ebi beso ye nyina so then people should learn how to take opportunity when the economy is growing well. Me say makopa asase me kwa yen kokoni bi hey na me try o mama me obi akura munya bibia no amambi ene emfa sika bia ngu Jubilee House wa ye cheche enti ene me so me kwa kopa asase ni bi cause president see ye no me kwa do ewa daklu enanu me kwa akache me anya bi kwa daklu me kwa trawura numu na me so kwa kodobi me nkukọ manketenkete na me da ho yanya mpotro yanya Chinese for me mfa ho enti find a way okọ minister ho minister eja nkukọ yi se yeso mo de kọ districts me boa waji eduanu eduana ha wo mu nyini ne obi anto anu akumawe o de ntosi ni mekwa apro ho o meba na te eduase wo ye dey wo di bia ye nkatekwa di bia ye gravy wo di agro na hwa di bia abo bitadi. Let's take opportunities. Ntisa de bia obo se kasa no be kosro sa de obi ede ye ni fie yie no ese obi fie opportunities na ba he say JMC Jude Sachs krano ye nto do local meboa say printing publishers ye kura so ibenya ye de pa Ghana Publishing Company JMC books textbooks no local osubia ye private printer start something and sorry nko MCC MCE office no akwatra DC office no akwatra da ya DC no hweye no ama 1000 no akodi next week no ase aba na 1000 no ase akodi on sa ankwase ade no na ya na ye ka ho asem no sa ankwase asem no DC for no so mo ya mo educate o mo na mo hwe wo mo find something substantial. Yere Bevloda Lati na penso as national security coordinator of forming corporate unions Emma full soldiers no across the country. Yenya projects and crofobenya bibidu omonsa aye. Usia Sam Georgia wa mans kape uko radio suara uko dinatem. Ina Sam George kra na credit ne boya de wasre Yusufu. Wasrew so go to iPhone eya apps no do so bebre to yam ibia see any the auto 5 series to so say eguzu aro no Sam George asrew wasrew wasoma ho and asuma sikura hi wo kasa minister bi ho of kasa appointee bi una se won fiu a ene ne nya aka enya force entia nya force me bobie me metinye ehia se ni matwam because wontimi nya hu e dey na wo hu a me bobie me hu bi da appointee bia de wo hu bia me hu bi da ye generation we de MPP ni o NDC ni appointee o wontimi fa bibia hurowura me bobie because dia wo hu ne no me hu jao me bobie me hu dia wo se na wani age ho no me hu ye na me yakola na me hu ye afei na wo bia beto kwam tim no se wo so nkasa me ho a do amai I don't kadam. Oh yes, the years and Colandia Jimmy Bobby. I'm good to go, man. Oh cool lele. No be say go come. Oh, you push me, I push you, and you soon me you go. Cool, man. Charlie, take life easy. And more be me so before Mao Wakuma Maso. Or more Jubilee House or almost a show of Cratchay. Omo papa omo krache take advantage of the opportunities I beba ye fansa ye adwuma ko ye bi say metie me pe a friend say pick up tundra ni bi because jute plantation no JM say omo ebeto local mi ko dua bi me ne me nua pani Jimmy Agla ye ko dua bi sa for odun say adwuma no na say oduru ba bi ni ye beboa wa ye beboa wo Odifagumenu ase say ashawo ni Bobby Kakrenti no ashawo Anyway, so that's it live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Today is Tuesday afternoon, and that's how we do it every day, anytime. We are here with you. Your boomsa. Your friend Bobby Ansa Nana Pechi Ado is in the house. Nana Akwaba.
Nana Biasa.
Boko there.
I don't.
All right, so yeah, Techiado, na spokesperson at the about so kind spare parts dealers association. Maybe I almost letter no. No, I think yesterday it was in the news.
Today. No, the security, but I feel some official, no. Yeah, about how I be reduce prices, no.
Yes,
but there's another dimension. My position here, director of communication.
Yeah, director of communication.
I'll move from here.
Yeah, sorry. But and run here to say about so kind spare parts. Yes, say more tete.
Yemaso.
Okay, so tell us, explain to us.
Okay, Commander Maminche was chef for notif, and I mentioned Okumakra, either the first or the third. Eminia or Himbaba Mabini. Minchi Bibia. Near your pay. Now, I was say Obakaya. Don't necessarily check it down. Bare 4 months ago, no. Yes, you can say Guta for credit can say by almost 60 days, which Abusoka we affiliated to Guta. Now 60 days, you know. So we start to be a stable na ya tinima so. Okay. But situation in the Abusoka the year there be babotin. See there, yeah, 60 days, you know. Many see it tinima so. Now GPR for so many opportunities I wanted to on the first so. The statement by no. That day na GPR for Kusia minister no. So I wanted to on the first because Abusoka for say on but tell me man so. And what kaya kwa we engage mu ama make sure how kwa be fa so ni maso betiti it's nice say yashebo say by June ending no first no I say the man is cut down drastically. So yeah, just say and brand of it na say you didn't come on say except first year I say nema cut down. But there's another dimension create a lot of acrimonies how we are speaking today.
No, mudi come on. More concessions better than more rich.
They agree say on be adjust on prices no. As you can no tell me say
that's about so kind spare parts
dealers. Majority can say that's the right thing to do because say ye shebo say ye makwan by July there na dollar no because no be afia say because e bia na artificial China US trade war so I say e bi mu no mo kan say e be kosoro nti no e bi be san kwa ko do 17 year there 15 year there nti no omunye sure so I say omuko yeah but indeed no so no o say president Beka say on be cap between 12 and 10 and 12 cedis. It is a yes. It to say up to now so still the TNT require 9 point something. But the problem is say dollar no market in your bank you call gal for no or more than 12 cedis 12.5 as you are speaking today. It be 13 cedis. Bank nunya central bank it be at 9.5. It be at 10 cedis. It be at 10.2. Gal for no 12.5 13 cedis as you are speaking today.
Selling
$1 na buying dollar.
Okay,
$1 na and you're close to 13 cedis
and that's selling here
12.5 but oba bank
this is omu nya mfaso
yes oba bank no offer ba unya dollar no bank enti meeting ye no e was ade no say no. And two, Meno Kasawe, Commander, we ask you are speaking today. JF no eto to abosuka for stores no.
Say.
Ubeka last year. JF no Amisha die in time no. O ma compare sa compare what the buy say JF me to store no. Okay. I said the am so be to stores mo be yi no. We for asat ye bi. Issue ni say what say JF no e bi for do ka. Eso mutia on revenue. Ebi mo ho a one mom letters 2 years ago. The 2 years ago no, omutimi appear before you. It no oba be exercise, which association we are not aware.
But do you guys need any prompt from them?
Yeah, because of say we are dealing with the people, and you see.
Obi was shop wabosoka or the GRF worker.
There be
you some Bekati association.
There be me ba obatimase. Say etija no JF no Russia association. So any announcement me microphone no.
Say
yes.
No, hold on, say.
Omo call ransom no. Omo say tutu omo store so mu no. Omo so ya omo ba omo say o de ka. Nti ye two store mu. Ebi wo ho a o say afi eso utua 6,000. Eso utua so ne oton. And I'm so there be yenti ye po yenti say yenti po da. Say sanity. It no adentina nka mom ye education announcement po. Nanka mo baba say e bi atremas time no say na ye be ba. Na mututu store mu e be gidigidi. And
no operation no mo ye ni sesia no. A new policy omo di aba no mo implement ana say
nobody knows so. Store say tutu mu no. Me ba ye to store me.
What I can say? Uncroform mo dika free last year.
Uncroform ya mom letters no e different for policy na. Oba na you say annually no you pay 6,000 you pay 10,000 I did no mukaka mu let us some can go for 19 90 and then me aware let any kwada association see here
we are where say
omo frɛ omo na pie
omo de ka
me ba sound microphone no they are different omo saying omo need 100
okay
but I don't share abuse population we 45,000 members. Na mo na market na so police ni tiokuta no na my assessment you obo ha mo say afemu nya no ezo tua 14,000 and what your first quarter what your 4,000 say second quarter ba be wuro mi obi ho oni ho watu kwan okọ ehia okofa niama mo say oni ho no mo friend no na say o mini ho na me ba pe ma betua because of say ye ura second quarter mu ma betua mo si de bi onu ho de say to store nim e say to store nim o ba na be bia ma eti no ewia we Yohana ye meet kwa na call ne buy e say rush ko ho ye ko si wona no ye nyai isi oni me problem no communication e use ne say e say nye GF na to store so mo e ye this phone na to store so
that you say so and the NDC
meba
so let's focus on the main matter
that be say kwamana e form adwuma no de eti wo form no ne e to grofo team no
and na make say NDC na also rank me bo me din
oh that dey mo din
so let's focus on the matter
na make sure no eti na eti say dia say mo de monji musika no say onu obi wo issue a monji musika no ba se ba ko ni wo mato no storm de enye na nipa ho adwuma na e den na ye
I see
and I say there be issue we ABC last year we are yet to source mu say sana what call there and then next week you know we close all shops down na ya yedom ya kira amampanyi say kwanya jail for no di adwedifo fa so obusu kan e wrong esi similar was last year sana to stores mu say sana mo de ba dia quickly no ye frame mata eko commissioner ho no ono so say on case mo go to stores mu so who is doing this
GRA commissioner so
yes
so on case
o say on go to stores mu also on ma order bia poda so I call one of the guys I want to stores mu say and now to stores o say mo bi kan me for authorities no ono de yesuma no na so bu suma say mo to stores mu na o say the social dem no so quickly no I say a free back view also on can say so mo to stores mu by ni mu o mo ko yo mo exercise nti why and now
okay so say no wo no e kwa be na GRA be fa so sa ka musika
me ye adwuma GRA
any other no mo yo mo adwuma na o interfere
now you adwuma say there be titi ye dey match o say titi commander ye dey match o say
no hold on onya adwuma GRA so which means unnim e kwa ya mo be fa so ajeje
say ono so be ye any e tell say kwa ya be fa so juice ga de we will support you banemu se wudo field na sometimes no omudo field na obi timi de tumi etimi ye bibia ebia na frɛ better come say o ma kasa
so no so which means right now no all parties say a individual has been a harassment and a policy from GRA is that what you want to say
or GRA of tie you see or ye GRA official eno o ba say or yi na djuma police ni di nachi say sebio ase adwadifo no ebia sebio ase ya kronfo e na tuo bo no kon ho e na wo ye kire wo say nwa na ma wo 2 minutes say to store mu o say why assessment say bobie enterprise my assessment afumuni nyina wo betu 10,000 so what you say e na me first quarter no metu am 5,000 the amount aka second quarter say metua bobie tu kwan o say me ba next week me ba na ma ba wo si there be uni wo dey see yatum ko beta wo beba met first quarter metu half o wo me phone sisi ya
okay so let's go to the main issue
eto no ne me chere say what is happening no ema eni janka ye ba beye ni ema bi so no I say ebufo ye den bem because almost say no be I say ba betiti ne ma so na mo hara say enti say next week ya be so mo be den of course and they are right because they see last year no seven numbers some de ba so what we are saying is next week no say be continue there and obi afani obi to the storm ni protest it GRA say this is the right way to do this is the right way channel be next week ye gidigidi kra ye be to store some nyina ni ya ma strong one say kwa GRA for no echo about how to take their money no any right way so what you say any je ni ma e ba form dollar I stable.
Okay, so right now GRA for Baba Damo Kentino, Munyan Titina.
Harassment in the Yakan was a man Yakadai.
No. GRA for some Baba Danka. Was a Wunim Crano, or about 90 people. Yao Modeka. Yes. Yao Unim.
But 2 years ago, Yamaway.
Or my friends, any pass any pa 90, they did 2 years ago.
Or 2 years ago.
Okay. Or my friend or Mamba. And on my 12 or more. GRA, young father say, almost a hierarchy decision that look, the only thing is that we will close down your shop.
Yeah.
What's it there be? Sa approach in here. approach bɛn na mo pɛ na ɔmo nyɛ ma mo.
Very good. Yes, I'm about hope you. And Krofana, Jeff, I'm letter 2 years ago now. They should appear before them. No, ye knew Munisa problem was answer mono. Omu do 100 po. Ye knew Munis, any of Jeff any problem was adding home. But policy now, I said, almost not to saw more than saying no. Ye can't was say, must say.
Capping a tax, yeah.
Obo bet you to 6,000. Obo bet you 10,000. Obo bet you say.
Yeah, I think it starts from. Started away.
Me more channel come started.
Okay.
So association no, me French master they should intervene. And I'm afraid for the coffee so oh. Now me they say I said more for you more. And I'm kind of so we say and the yeah two stores mo be name. Yeah ba so a either say be educated and I say bet you say there's a reason to yes I do we. And in na ko die. And that's sorry ya. Commander, I feel the kwade and the nya obo so kan you. And complaints na air course no.
So which means based on that Mona CIA and because I heard this news item, I think on either PCFM or CTFM, one of the stations. I was just flipping through and I heard it say
station. I think I grand interview the city.
Okay.
Yeah, city.
Yeah,
city.
Okay, but the MC drew on an because me point number 6 me try monitor all stations so MCB drew on, but I heard them saying it. Say about so can say so now today you the same person is sitting here, so which means more
and you the same person, but they very true. So beside your question, so one person what did I beside your question?
So more if
you don't get it, me say near question see and then no and ye nyai
enti
what's it
enti I don't feel so talk.
Eti ni emi kan say Jerry for no. Me omo dey Jerry for no. Omo nyai. Say sana omo be say omo dey Jerry man ne kone dia. And we are ready because we will not sit there. Uni ye me ya no. Ye frɛ papa no. Honestly, I say we an catch obi say koto obi stores mu. Say okoro ba kono to kwan ya. Just ja note. Come on, what I say.
Yeah.
Jano to say thing nearby, it's only why. And yeah, Oba or appear before me. And yes, simple as ABCD. Now, say, Commander, no man, yes, sir. Now, more dear manager with him, the Marco 8 will cast a trance. Now, we leader no one say, on cast me go to this to be a moon. Me one so you know what trans 2 weeks ago. Say, sir, approach no, what good because it's too early. It's too early. It's too early.
Enti ne krakra ne say.
Ne krakra ne say Jerry for no omo tata ye dodo.
Enti mo anya I ba mfra wa ma for Jerry. Enti say mo anya
ya ofre ye how te na ofre.
No. Mo na mo ya announcement no say.
Ye betiti ne ma so.
From 1st July.
Ye ma beba form.
And then your 1st July.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, first, right? And first. Yeah.
And you na mo kan.
Yeah.
And me busa so wo say Jerry for ama mo bu afu.
Yep, there be or harasi and do.
Enti ne krakra ne say.
Ne krakra ne say members no ebufu abamumu. Say yes stop Jerry. Say omunje omusika bato omu to stores mu.
And you on bed ajo omusika.
Oh na kwa mana na de bi o de oji ska o bi wa. O to store ma no anya oska no.
Ebi onti nipa no say afi mfie mienu onyanya enu kure say microphone bi.
Ba wo say ajo me ka.
There be ukure bi.
Commander.
Yes, but I say a new policy.
There be
no.
Me say nkofo 90 ni de.
Meti ase.
Ya de any omuni problem.
Meti ase.
But entitled for so kind.
The new ones no eya almost say the new ones no say until 6 months, 7 months no munya ntua what happens?
Abada aboso kai.
Aye.
No, you see na what me say no. Me aboto na me say. Nkofo na ye mom letter 2 years to a year ago so metua no. Omo different. You know, but
make new implementation.
No. Oh yeah.
And I'm say 7 months no nipa come back.
There be you. Me beti me niam so na betu mi sto ma me de mati niam no so.
So no, hold on.
Na me ko twam ko ti. Na me nya ti me.
Right now no mo ka kire say mo betu so ntimu ntuampo. Enya za.
What say?
They okay there na mo ka kire say they mo betu niam so aboso kan ntimu ntua.
Oh, as you speaking today. As you speaking today. Kona ko aboso kan. Ni ma aba for me ne. As you anapa.
And the enemy from
make sure you how say omunya na etimi enjoy the goodwill. They should stop that.
So tell me, items where na aba from.
Oh, and now Bible Seka for instance, to say bia. Also guys say is about shocks are cool amunya say no. You turn 800, you say baby 700, be 600. Just be honest with you. And then about VT now, they be an catch of VT above phone. The reason why you use VT near there's VT car
and then must start here no.
VT car you use for Uber no. It's a pressure war VT part no so. And then VT you say saying shocks I was saying. It's a 1,000 cedis no. And about 700. About it dependent brand no. It's a ultimate convert 900 podium. And shocks absorber. Commander, say Ubeba. Udi Babusuka and the battery turn on 1,500 and no it be 1,000 to be 1,003. Uber gift general secretary no or no faka fi Kenya battery to find fi Kenya and then the batteries are turn 15,500 and no the battery 1,002.
So which means more started the implementation of
about reduction of
yeah, exactly.
Juma. And they say no, and the Jacob marketing him say, you see, I'm for Tia say, I say, so you follow the trend, no. I'm for any aji, and I for moving ya. After my to some after I also can be someone to think of us to. And I'm say, we enjoy the goodwill, and I'm best of one is Mamo, and I wapayo. Who did that so small so to Stosumu? Who is doing this? Some answer, why name out to me say yes, sir? Question no. And then Nijaba obviously we be taking the center stage. No,
but I believe say on the other side, as a more person would say GRA for how to go about their job.
We can tell them how to go their we can tell them.
How?
Now commander.
How?
There be tie. No, tie. Say why my assessment. Assessment, you know. We say 10,000. First come mama 5,000, I got 5,000. Me 2 coin. What about me see me 2 coin? Who say they want to go and make to storm? No one boy saying here. What I'm boy saying here, say, computer will feel rich, baba. Now, son, I get a Jumano. Jill, son, a Juman here. Commander here. Maybe all any here. Any upon worker here. You have to stone my workers, so we just say, or Monibus and Musa here. Your storm, you have to 2 mono. Okay? It's wrong. So next week, we are coming out for, and I say, it is statement about to say Jill for now, you're very careful. We will not sit down to allow GRA say, or make timidity. And yet, Juma. Say eduma is oma da ye be nya no omo as a director of communication no me friend Dr. Bin awia we guta doctor ba ko pe do so monti ase no or doctor me friend say doctor this is what is happening Ositechi Abosoka is the biggest association science this way can never go on. We shouldn't allow it to happen because they should like effort. Oh, say commander, Obia ko Obia fear. Oh, and never bang few. And effort. Because GRA, on my authority, they be a meka. You boom mine, now my baby, also can enough and not call authority. Sane say bano. Me, I don't believe authority. Because on no catch you say, mema 1 billion annually. No, can you 2 billion. 2 that's not bad then. So no understanding on any BBR. So that's all you know on factor BR. This issue, commander, you had a meeting last year. Oh, Octagon big now. Mama sees, you know, you had a deal with her. And I'm going to say, no. Could you say, they walked me out from that meeting?
Last year,
I'm walking me out. Say, me and my wife for me, person for the better revenue, a dear boom mine. Oh, Mamma support you, and then they ready to now be hit you, yes, here. Sometimes you can with pain. See. Antecedent, precedent, see, and then hit you piano. I feel some they are crying for say we should intervene. As association, they be intervening. But what you are saying is say, you see or Chinana, young penano, and see a net. And see a net. Say, you was most of my cast tournament here. We be hit him. You money have to source man, no magic can me. Now, so some members they should go out with their policemen. We will face them. Oh, so kind. You see last year, the same thing.
Threaten.
I'm not threatening.
Buying a Juma.
You also threaten us. Mo bana mo the police for do much kukukuku
yes say when to dia what they are buying car
fane kokote
well
fane kokote
say debio say nipa no buy or mebo say no what threaten are buying empany for her
abai na ba na me threaten nipa no no ba no mu so 20% say nipa na debio commander obo who police ko na ho so ana onum sa
oh yeah
the way no ana Jerry
and yes mo person money are buying trans meeting mo person money are buying meeting and say
na no I na say o bibia ko fata Abosoka association 24 economy mo timi afa Abosoka association anye anka guta phone ka mo my letter say embra for say embra observe keke say embra observe keke enti wadwa mo yema hwano
enti aban buy on mo nye meeting
commander aban why na adwen say on why na dwen say on fa Abosu association en fa nya hwe hwe no aba na ya
Dubai meeting
on film commander so me kan to ntia commander aba na nya na dwen ye o ye 24 economy o say
na mo so mo ka che say mo person mo no mo ye meeting
o aba na o ba ye no o before o born to ano o born to so ba association office wo ye no trase ye kire wo obi obo office bia ma ne sai ye ma ne trase say ye mo
and yes meeting no amunya nya na the problem na ba no
o say den
meeting no amunya nya no what the problem no ya ba no
only a factor say many way shia who me how
David
Ready.
Commander say mama ha be who me how say mama ha be who me how
omuye meeting the way
na o say sa 24 secretariat no mo be hia for mo hia 4 billion kwabra o me hia $4 billion etim dey den aye say program no na say mo ye 24 economy mo launch na mo ma Abosu association letter say mo na me transkeke na mo hwe yanim wo na ma factor in na kwabra den e be fele
yes yeah, but
Omo say omo deputy you don't get letter on the by say letter on before say yembra say no observers Kwabena.
All right, so now the bottom line, the German issue, no, say the money, no. 1st July, the when anya maso.
Yeah, for harassment, no.
No, I just want you to tell us in a plain language, because what we heard on radio yesterday was that. Me say the first July the anya maso. No, is that the red
reduction no epic from Anapa way and Nigeria for no be mu. I'm for ebi buafu. They should stop. Say obi adwumu po say obeso ogu obi woni maso Abosu kan dia. It's not going to happen. Penyin so Osuma say koto store mu. O say kwa akwaji usika na friend document mu. Obi wo ho a watua be reflect here.
But you see with more post channel you just decided to confuse the whole system, right? Because look. So okay, tell me say this morning I must start say a month for so then GRA issues came in. Right now, you being the communication director for them, you are even confused as to no, you yourself you are confused whether because me say me a driver. Na say me person me call to Abosu Okaya. The information I had in the morning is different from yesterday to this morning. It's different. So there's
driver for so much say yeah for mu dia ba dia for ntinu o mo hire dodo e be say driver since o mo ka bi mai say ayi dua de o mo be so mo tete Abosu kan no ye mpene na ye say e be boy na ye bu mai na mo dia mo abam
ndu papa mpna abu ntinu say no mo am ye busu apani nyina amra
kwa ba interest rate enam 30-35-40% o interest rate o e say policy rate na 28% o nti ama edwani edi no enko yi nti edi animia na ye de ye reset nyasa nyina we come to one umbrella na dollar na aba no so nyina aba form na say we are one of the government institutions and agency na so be gigito o gigito na obi no ni problem o ba kwa afa se gigito no na ye wrong no approach is wrong it's you need to tell them say they should stop ni enya kwan ye nya adwuma no yi they should stop o friendly there na say me ka so we go to storm kwa ma say ma me ken so o tin clear Wosuma Kwame akofo oyini mebi ya frog wo se da bi yin sa me ka che Kwame na de ne pen na yes ade no that's it that means no Kwame e wa agenda bi oni tirim na comment e koso no on e nyema be ultimate radio so that's what we are saying.
All right, so as we speak I don't know whether Abosu can for attitude omoniama so and someone titi omoniama
yeah for the stop so mo
you can't say much about it live but obi sending me message you say ni sister kwa kope dollar otukwa ko China and she went to the bank na bank manager na directing ko go for
yes
so which means it's not like it's not there the thing is there it be business where they do
but the rate no form of banks and never you so no but
the banks don't go for the
central bank supervision some department so they are in charge And some catch a Gal for they should stop. Gal don't need $1 13 cities. Now government deal over banks be a 9 point something, be a 10. Now central bank you are sitting there. Ministry you are sitting there. Gal for the good is here.
Okay. All right. So that's another text message, and I think I have such more messages here. It also be brave. And I think people are just trying to alert the authorities.
$1 rate to Ghana.
Okay, so manager be a director be a no crown say offense. So I'm go for no.
Etiamna, but you be there checking on because we yin we twin any.
Said all right, thank you. Pacho, Mogo, Mijula.
Hello, Madam Eunice. Marching
medo.
Miss Rel, me di me order nichi.
Mame, nyabotre, rider ne de beba.
Hey, madam, eneka ho anef 19 ya me di sika ne ma wo. Enso me nsan ka me order no. Aden sa na wo ye wadwuma.
Hey, mame, ade pressure bebrebe nie. Me so nyabotre, omo de beba.
Ene de sese me nsa ka me package no. Bra wo ka se me ntua sika na nsa, wo de package na abre me no. Wo ka chem se me nyabotre. Hello, madam. Hello. Hey, on the phone not to so.
Oh, Unyaba, Enfa e-cash and Koma auditor for Biara Unim, and also Bia Unye no Entrishimu Biada. Debida, Shamu said, bring nano, only auditor for Nubesi and some Nubia, Bra, Muyesikatia Mushano. Afenso, Kai said, Obetia Unyama, Wakrano, Bra, what their money said the Baya Musi.
MTN.
Yes, Sasinabo, Yasaba, Afizi, Obiaba Tomato Assassin, and Sasa, nobody the form, Anuna Benji Estate and Investment Limited, Okofaba, was a Bragana for Nara, and Sasa, Langat Sahin for Sembirenu, Atoya, within 2 weeks, they are young papers near Zama, Sasa Papa Gugu Baby today, Tropoli, Apo City,
Central University near B5 off the Flower Road, Shy Hills, Afienyato Estate,
and Ambiambia Bebre, in Sunan Kania, are available. Yes, Assassin. Oil litigation free and not secure. At Tonsasina, not 2 weeks. Ya hon krata near Zamo.
Aha, miatova, Mr. Kokwe, Nela Nibanyo Dinafle, Yikanya Gade Kamalongo, Langade Nyade Kamalongoa, Kejababana Dota de Benji Estate and Investment Limited, Afimanya Anibanyo Kata Fradume.
But Muslim Kanwe, not Josie, not for one main office. Our Tama Community 25, opposite DPS International School Junction, off Aplau Road, Fresh.
0555-229-909 and 0248-780887.
Benji Estate and Investment Limited and Sassi for.
Hey. When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow and young offense Wabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and your ready pediamus Samoya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a peja immune system Nabribia, Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, Nedi Imbusaba Mesa, Dronua dance say, and Yarua will run Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso, and Yarua Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a home car. No, Yamua suing no, a boy who buying every home. And now pa, one Yarwana Dada, no monum doctor and Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and more who are deep in tea. Ya womuntim pose, Yaria Esiomo, Imbusaba Mesa, a walk Kashi, and you may move Bia Yato in row, at to 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedi and Cratry, Magia to Musay.
Me Junior Mangro, my brother, no one in Nadia or Joe Bagrosan. Nadia, when you mean the Samoa, or what personality natural health care so I ye. I don't know the manager say you. Best care, I won't 70 or 10 so Cassie more boo, who prostrate I can say, I'm on your drone some woman who say yes, stroke. Diabetes, hepatitis B, pressure, 60 yard dear, a future chroma money, and no yard the whole was. Oh, won't feed ye pa. Afe oba opesa o hips anasa wo to eya akese ye hodwuma se stretch marks ajo wedie no aboso a ye free ho berima obema sua a opesa ye pagya mu no bra best care ewo enkran La Paz Nyameche Junction Grand Prince School no achiwa Kumasi Bantima G Runabout your medlab achiwo baby ani edan Sahuman Rural Bank wo mu no a Sahuyo so empomam ye the Church of Pentecost ene di hwe animu takwa
Roman Stores yɛne Zenith Bank edi nhwɛnimu. Sunyane yɛwɔ Rex yɛne Total Filling Station no ɛna edi nhwɛnimu. Ɛna Takrade Anaje yɛbɛn Queens of Peace Academy a yɛne Goy Filling Station edi nhwɛnimu. Frɛ Pets Care ɛwɔ 055-773-8555.
Pets Care, quality hair.
Give us P capsules. A memory. Manum bia ye benemu. Kani mitutu ya na minkuma bo asese de. Betu esa kum menia G. Give us P capsules.
Give it to me, baby.
Give us core capsules so well.
Emane meme nyina akoko yade. Sisi yade amamanya yem timotete wo mo no. Yedru no no. Manum bi amama de me ho.
Give us core capsules.
I give it to you, baby. You give it to me.
Oh yeah.
Hey. Give us in no. Amen ni jia bebusuamu papa. Give us P capsules.
Ememe wadi ifiedu watwede kronkwan na efa.
Give us core capsules.
Apemfo abatan wo mo manufo ne nkwada wo ne ifiedu mienu nka ho. Ewo drugstore bia motufo nko Give us Herbal Center, Teshi Mobile, and Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543-222-470 and 050-68-51135.
FD ahwehwe saa ejedi enkrato yi mu agye atomu se eye.
Sada obotitri Afrigana apomoden ahye ekode amanfo nyina wo Mpos yade aba anka ne efre ne se monkeypox ehun
Mpos free Mpos mowa numu na etumi free mowa mu ko nipa mu saa so na efri nipa mu ko nipa mu saa yare ebetimi aba okamu ntitiem ana se wode wo ho akoka abo a wo saa yare bi ana ne ho nsuo account saa yare ebetimi afri onipa saa yare bi wo no ho akọ afoforo so abra ye kasa na ye ho ntasuo begu afoforo so ana wo home wo bowa wo wensen ana wo be obi asa mowa ne nsa bi wo ne ho eba ne enemu anofie ne se wode wano aben obi a wo yare mowa yi bi ebiom ebetimi atre abra wa ben obi a owo bie niam bi ti se adaso ntoma ntade bodoba afen brush ana se niam ahodo a ye de suso trim Mpos yare ebetimi afiri opemfo so asan ne ba wonya wo no nsenkyere ne ahodo ebema wahu se Mpos yare wanya bi eye nsansan begu anim wonsam wonam bebo ntokro wano uminim wani afenso abunu tipaye awo ahono unompem ena afenso wachikasei ebetimi ayoya
kwan wodo ya fa so abo Mpos no ban eni kwan se ye ben obi a oyade emwa wo abowuo anampo se omo enam ene wo mo ho ensuo saa enso so na wo se wonua mojanam a ewo se wonua ma ne bini yie ansa ne wodi eni enuane am wa mo wade wano akeka eni kwan se ye ben obi a obie ena afenso ni kwan se woniema a wode di wonjuma no ye ne wo mo che edidi yenjuma titiri ne won na ensankyerene de de se Mpos yade ne wo obie woro wonsa e won sutena se abra wode semina atoso ebra no bra no ana sempo se ubetime de eye sanitizer afefa wonsa e wose ebra no bra no ba bia ye ta so no ye de nsuo ne semina eta awohoro honom ye pa utusu se wo no obi anya nkutahudie a nipa no wosa yade no mowa no ebia entem ada ko apomoden akachi bia de ben wo na yemwa wo sankrato yi Ghana apomoden asoye Veterinary Service Department USAID ene aboafo ene na wonso a yensa kan ye
Ewra me pacho bra na me hwa de wo bag
Bra aden enanso biem
Time heba me hwa ya me kan se yi ba akun ane wayi me yensen
Bra sanya time heba me hwa esia gyemi ni me fiefo enya de abaako ebeso yen
we de udi se ofa ni nyina
Time heba me hwa me kasa me di one dance ya heaven ene de mekwa akopie enti se malaria we draw ne time heba mixture
enye enunku o de nanum ato a wontimi anidie no time heba mixture duro no ene ye ma o oba a wafa afuro de o ma akwada nofo ene akwada woni mfie dumienu entimi num aduro yi bi se obeto aduro yi bi anoma hwe se wakọ hospital anase lab amaye hu se wo atridie malaria yi bi ansa se upetam heba mixture enuro dudu atu a fo ani kire KNG Herbal Center ewo Emrom Abidjan House ana ba ko so wo atonsu Monaco Junction
eno echi obenya bi atowo over the counter medicine seller
problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter, and I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful.
Mame ni omanfo nye adwuma we quick one. So national prayers no me no. I just want to give my listeners 10 minutes or 15 minutes, 10 minutes or 15 minutes. So let's talk about the national prayers now. Just 10 minutes. Okay, so me just 10 callers. Just 10 callers. And then 1st July. So just 10 callers on the national prayer meeting now. 020-220-8090. You're going to go to your man for sharp. You're going to go to your man for phone and your problem. Oh, okay. Okay, so more friendly, yeah, challenge kakra with your lines into Monfa. We will just fix it back. Fix it back. So we will be sending a message about banks. Mesremo mo banks are managers ne director mo say monko gaw for no. Yes, your offense. And this was sending a message no. The bank chrono manager chrono add ni din ka ho na me nim baabi a me din beko me wo ayi telephone no wire bi e kan nsa straight you go because I don't get it. I know buy na born home modern, but then again I think the central bank should explain these kind of shortfalls no more explaining to Ghana for you my young. I'm out for banks. I want to bring $1 no. Yes, oh, a bini ho. Ni a directing ko gawo for no. Say bank managers no na dia koma gawo for no. And no business so. Nobody knows what is happening. All right, so let's go back. Me pa phone line no, sorry. 050 66 72 665. TMA 050 66 72 665. Let's talk about the national prayer program. Yeah, and omo ekoye wadwen kire eye wo say it was saying, is that what we need now as a country? Hear me pa a new line and your old line in 050 667 2665 2665. So let's talk about that. But then I make us say menya directive telephone no wire mo de mamia na me de ema sa a direct link nti ano de manager kro no okay obi send me La Paz Prudential Bank branch. Yes say okoho manager ne say your friend say dollar ni no direct to ko gawo for La Paz Prudential Bank. So that's the first complainer. Yenya, that's the first complaint. Hello. Hello. Yes, sir. Pacho yanko. Hello.
Bobby, member, me wa
me pacho ai yanko.
Okay. Madam Gaka me kan tell. John Mahama be ma femi. Then the family to the me adia ba ko pentia. Me to aba man. Bibi ana me wo say and for for man ko number correcting it. I mean the answer. Baby I give you a good idea no beje. Sana da ya ni mana ko give you one thing. And baby ana yana baby no
I think we are struggling with our lines. I don't know, but let me pick the second caller. Hello.
Yes, I'm on my Ghana cry. I know then you can how my family be and come and family. And can family. Now, near my do near the young father and this or mind that time.
All right, I think it's difficult. Let me pick another caller, quick one. Menko. Okay, all right. So Obi and on so say sending me another message. Obi sending me another message. Say Enra Monday. So they had wanted to buy some dollars for business trip. Omoko bank no more be. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. I'm Yadon Boko.
Yo, I see my power. You born Ghana. Make your honorable consular to 14 Papa no or 100 Papa. And this is for money. It no MPP phone now more. I say, no, yeah, almost photocopy now. You need another member. Tell me, Yamina, no to me. Naka say, baby. No, nigga, about that. Now, about me, who are the damo. I don't know, baby, because one, you at the park. Who may I support on? I come in. And I think I must admit that they said that he's a very chance, then or solitary come from I'm on my 9 years. But that's the only I'm here,
Miss Medas, my man became another caller, quick one. Hello.
Hello.
Mami.
Bobby.
Pacho Yanko.
Exercise.
Boko Pacho, my feed in Mra from Kakra, Mami, Mr.
Yo. So, accommodate that you do. Bobby.
Mami, Pacho Yanko.
Pacho. And then they need you home. But this, Mama, say. Uncle, my national way. Only they don't be and but they said US 4 years and Thanksgiving. It should be an holiday for everybody so that we will go and then thank God. Hello.
Meet you. Me follow. Yes. So America, but the point is. Yeah, baby, I just say, yeah, Empire,
and when one, now you be a you. Now me, why you be a man? Your mama said, do I am a you have two radio station moon. He came back to ask that they should open it. I mean, that kind of life, it won't help us. The law is.
Anyway, we lost her. I'm sorry, but I think she made a point. Hello? Okay, Kwame, let's move on. Quick one to another one. Yanko. Hello? I think at this point, I just need to walk away from this exercise and this may lose 3,000. More fun say more words I want me amber, so lines now are too bad. I just need to strain my ears to listen to whatever. And more fun say, but another issue. We will talk about it another time. Mika will say, and Yenya Haruna Mahama will join us in the studio, Mass Action, and Liso and Anakusipoku. So already or not joining a executive director for GAG, or joining a studio. So Nana Akwaba, and about 4 policies and abino rolling out July. We are talking about 5% excise tax on plastics and almost plastics. Almost plastic chairs. Almost better to almost then 24-hour economy to is under radar. So then I think issues on non. That's VAT now. VAT, right? I think 5% addition. Is that right?
Yeah.
Me figure you're right. Okay. So these are some new policies. Coming up with a 2.3% increment of electricity tariff, right? So these are about 4 policies are banning a rule out. I don't know which angle. Person pick free. But let me ask you,
oh, I was there in the spirit. Mentimia and Ruho. But Senior, who are some canon, who say, a new money be your a empire and a bit me a boy. I'm getting me a CC and no crime. Oh, Kwabra, you man a dozen.
Bobby so.
Oh, a business. A buying way here, a cuckoo drew. And on Pibo penny betting me as always a cuckoo drew at the SI Jumano.
I see.
Because Kwabra, say. Me penyam sempa.
I know.
And me obia. Even though me not church person, I used to be a very good church attendant. Me quite sorry bibia, but now saying the main time quite sorry. Now, Kwara,
So, okay, the Book of Chronicles. Now we'll share how, God simplifies the relationship with Nipa. Sans yenkitahudie ene Nyankopon ne nipa die. Na wabra osi se wona woni mi no ni mi din no. If the people who know me by my name na enye obia na onim nyame a onim Nyankopon by ne din.
Yeah.
What you say? Yeah. Say omo be bre omo ho ase na omo akomu nkotodwa ani wo mpaibo mu a de omo bebusa me Nyankopon bia no be ya mo. Se wo hwe ba bia John Mahama efa oman ni free na wo hwe the trajectory na ye nam so na kwabra wo hwe ba bia Nyankopon di aba bedru even within this few months fan say 6 months akabe say 6 days now is 6 months pepe me boa.
Yeah.
Wo hwe ba bia John Mahama for oman ni free na wo hwe ba bia wo de oman na ekọ na even po ene de ye susu say ya hu ye hia no akoye say kura de nka enye de ma ye san say ba bia na ye free ba no ene hu hia no eye chen de na omo se ye ma ye no ene de no na sebi obi be bobo hu say o be kakra say o man no kra bia ye ba be toto nioma mu ni nioma no kwabra enu no po no eye chen de ekufado jaaye. What you say? It is a bia okwohwe bibia eno no ye dada setena mu edi akotene wo mu pa te say bibi te say fang obo. So you use petrol, you use diesel, you use gas. Obia auto gas, auto gas oil, diesel, auto petrol, auto kerosene. Obia betime di adanse say e free say Ora Mahama bae no. Sa niomai eswatete.
That one is
ama kabra eno na translate into several other cumulative prices of goods and services. Sadi ni titru kabra another idea and also so significantly ama Ghana for e deserve say ye be ko yenkotodwa ni mo mpaibom na yeyi nyame aye esresra ni din ne asasre enema mienu Boniface ene impuntuo ewo yasetena mu no $. Abra significantly no abai we osire Nyankopon nyansa no nyame amani bi ama watimi manage $. No yes kokotra ka de bia wo ye adwuma say the God is always at work, Satan is always at work. Until no you don't expect say abaning bone ho modern no ne adversaries and the detractors no will go to sleep. No, they are finding sophisticated ways and means to make sure say abaning be guase. Na government say dey we yan fa hwe ji sempaibo. Yes, bo ho modern. Ba we be ya paibo. Paibo a we betimi de atu sa adamoni honhom nase. What you say? You know, I support the prayer your friend is saying and Thanksgiving service now both the Islamic and the Christian just that I'm not religious, so I believe say wherever there is a prayer, no, every prayer is a prayer, and so the best say omo man nananom so no ekwan no mo fan sangu fom san say enuma adokro my way in film watwe atwa mu no kwabra je se yi apaye kakra kan na anya sa dia abayi dom ne kabre kire de omo nyina de beko the pioneer there me just say yeah but kwabra more significantly adia me susu say aban we ebe hia Ghana for empire titiri wo ho eya kokoduru a aban we benya e de atu kro no ketase hye pro ye dwirim kankan ase kwabra for example obia wa follow eye ora bia hu say ora no yield a certain resource bia sa resource no ebetimi ama sika a ehwere oman no ana oman ne hwere ye no yen sa betimi aka bi yen sentimi nka ne nyina even though the promise was that recover all loots. It's not easy to recover all loots. Just that so wo bo ho modern kra to me I recover be say ohamu titemu be di okono na edu pebi de won san kakra na eno no ekofa say ugu enhwehwemu so a ebeboa. Ba kwara eya na madwen no ekono bi so say it's about the significant amount the government is able to retrieve. It's not about the number of persons you would try. What you say? Because me no maybe sheshimaso, for example, say obi etimie di omai sika $263 million under the guise of cocoa rehabilitation. The person is not under arrest. But Professor Amir Kunfi $2 million yachino. And I'm not able to comprehend. Alright, baby, I'm a free no. The partiality in dealing with the subject matter, no. I'm worried.
Yeah, Ombedru investigation.
Debbie. You see, there are things that are straightforward cases that need not much investigation. Because
from where you sit.
It's not from where I sit. Randy Nankasana Numasem. He has come publicly to announce it.
Yeah, and I make a say 150 investigations.
No, Kara. We hear investigation. Because it's a conclusive subject matter that has been discussed by no less a person but the CEO of Cocoa Board. Was say Omuma and Kofu Juma, Omuma contractor Nejuma 156,000 hectares of cocoa rehabilitation. As at the time I know Okasano, only 40,000 had been achieved. And Ghana has lost in excess of $263 million. The entire amount was 600 million from the African Development Bank. Apart from that, we have spent 700 million from Ghana. Yeah, Yesikem, Cocoa Board Sika. Do you think, say, such a investigation, any further investigation be man?
Yes, of course. So you need to track it where the money is. So
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so why then would any government that has this information, very material information, further give such a company any other contract? That's where my problem is.
Well, Sanya, or the manner. Ada obey ye we investigations we know a jidi or diamond nina.
I know Nicodemus Adriana.
Safira.
Oh, so Kara, I have petitioned the board of Cocoa Board over this subject matter. And Tina may come once. Yes, my petition. No. My petition. I don't know.
Would do this as here?
Medicine. Actually, aka Okumkom. Pabra, he is a member of my former church. Elder Ufusampov. Aye. That's only so no one packet as any project.
Oh, let know.
May let know, may address it to the chairman of the board.
What do this as here?
But me try in full. With all the hyphens and whatever. I wrote everything.
Nensaka.
No, dear, mean to meet. What's do you say Oro for some people do a diligent job?
Because Major say.
Maybe I say oh three na me.
Debbie major say.
Because the episode, baby episode they are 75. And you don't person 72. You know, Robert Sopofu, you're very diligent at his service to this country. I mean, what a problem. Oh, because you see, where your national agenda, what you say, is a public interest story. Why someone would go and cut people's farms down, would not plant them, and in the end, Kabrama taught 28 farms, 28 different farms, largely in the central region. I'm supposed to go to the Ashanti. I've done a part of the eastern. I'm going to western next week, God willing. You say me any weekends. Weekends. And you know, I'm really, and I'm concerned because you see, it is the main reason why I've heard people try to even laugh at me for applying for a contract and all that. I don't have a problem doing all those things. But
you're a Ghanaian.
I'm a Ghanaian. Aside from that, I'm very much passionate when it's about the farmer because my father, who nurtured me all through his life, has been a farmer. Despite all his other businesses, whatever. He is you have so much attestations to what my father does. And I'm a very typical, a hands-on person. Until I know what I'm able to do to achieve and I help abide to achieve. And until I me cocoa board who hear me no. And until you say be a papa woman so menu modeke kentira. A idea who hear me say was here ye na cocoa farmer no. Kwabra I met 117-year-old woman. Ewo aguna inkum. Kwabra this old woman no. Ye try the cocoa farm egu 9.5 hectares. Acres egu. For 6 years, Kwabra, unim skom di ama abrewano. 16 million times 3.
1,600
cedis times 3. Because the contractor failed, you know. Meanwhile, the contractor has taken $263 million.
Into 4,800 or something. 1,006.
1,006, yes. Omuchegu the first day no Omuchegu ya man 28 million, 2,800. And no man a subsequent amount of you know, if you look at all these, I think say I was say a bino a particular because I to say Joe Forcing is no better than Amir Kunfi. A basa, then I'm worried. I don't think I say I won't be here.
But again,
you better empire
the empire also
because say mu bemwa ebufo beba. And I'm not going to say be aboa ma ban abanti e be kan anu atum say mu yiyi mu because me hear Professor me confida me hwe small boy here ono no 200 kwabra the money is huge o $263 million
and the man be ha or small for Paul say when na the ban no just say a country in Bible.
Okay. But I think say if I look into that
aspect, say you know you come to
oh now because if you have met no, I'm saying say if we leave it at this without prayer for the John Mahama government because you see the ahonkeka amanfo nya ye de koto aba no abemubuo beba ejina saa musi omo awie sika mo ba ya mo antimi anye afei kura no people are able to insinuate say sika no kura no mo ni o ma chedi all these insinuations no kwabra eno na unu say politics is about perception. That's what we learned. And the more people perceive you to be A, even when you are not, you become A.
Yeah.
Like they use perception against John Mahama in his first term, and at some point, NDC for GD said John Mahama is incompetent. Was that not a perception? Until Senyanko Ponya don't make Kufuado Ba Bemwa, you who say, say your tone, your color TV, your color black and white. No? Was it ever something anybody could have evaluated and said, say, John Mahama incompetent? It was not. Until John Mahama was seen to have been rather the competent one after the massive incompetence shown by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia regime. There was no way to check whether John Mahama was competent or not. And the same should happen if the government, the John Mahama government, refuses to take charge and retrieve all monies lost, especially in respect of the Cocoa Board saga. It would have meant said there was no need going for John Mahama. Because the ills are continuing. Say World Bank Sikana Abano. Almost had the contract na mano. Nipa uwa boko do say wanya jumano. Then what would have been the essence of having any management at the Cocoa Board? And to say the dad and what must say? So I think say even though prayer works, it's much to do with how we reset ourselves into believing say the task ahead is not about yonko grow. And yes, Madame Fournier, and now we are down Fournier, and now we knew anyway, and now we be say Sana tell ya then we discussed the Kufado in nepotism. Then there's no need. Chronism. We discussed it. What must I say? So much to do with prayer, no. And it's a meno. Mebon paya ma John Mahama. Say Nyankopon ma na kukudro. Any yokodro hom. A obetime dia ye adwuma no akwa akosi awie ya ma oman no enya ne ntoma pa afafra. I guess then I think said there would have been no merit. Because Kwabra, you may think say NDC for ebia omo ye adwumaden. The Ghanaian rather gave them what they deserve. What I say, NDC really deserves the governance of this country because of how they have conducted themselves. They are not saints. Omo ya 14 Sinto wo bebre afa. No mama wonye Nyankopon. Wo sinto. But adie bi wo enye sinto a wo se wo ma ho kwan ma ne ba. Because obi awie o man sika $263 million. Enye sika ketwa o. Say Professor Amia Kumfisika ne 2 million. Ti 2 million free 263. Ebeka saying. Ebeka $261 million. Enye sika ketwa. Now they are more be say kocha koko efo ne dua koko keke wa ndua. One kaseba beka say out of 156,000 why 40,000. Then you further give me a contract, then it means you are the problem, not MPP. What must I say? No. You rather are the problem.
It's clear.
And it's very unambiguous. That person does not even have to have the space. By now, I was saying Kiachen and Kierishan in Semu. And now you grow. And then we are down for an hour, and now we be no Debbie. Say, I uncle grow the Amesmo of I'm your Kufiti Munyano.
Say, no, I say no for Kufijuma.
And anyone say, come to Munyano.
Offer.
And no Mumiana come and run a sure ace. Sorry. Kwabra, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I forgot that I'm here. Say the bia o me di enkomo boni wa bonti
honorable no akasa afa me hono
oh eti no
uzi okodo for that
the way amusi mu ano no
afa no akasa
afa no ayemre na afa no ma ne be ma adwojo
ahai
say ne be ma yo no adwojo
na say the metro na ba from
the metro na ba from eno pa uze ujafo ehwihwan kakra say okoy no say odi birthday na yakofa no
yes sir
oti birthday asia yes so omomo asia o manana
asiewe
chen mo senior ne ko sha asia na sia di for omo Director General and Chair Lydia is really working, and so on that, prayer is much needed. Prayer is needed. I will see a bomb pie. Oh, I like John Mahama's gentility, but I want to let John Mahama reflect on one thing. Say, the impunity of the MPP and the Akufo-Addo Bawumia is as a result of Mills's magnanimity and his decision to let go. Sa let go no eye kasa Nyankopon correctly. Ene nke Nyankopon ko de bone nyina beche. Enya ne mane yen. Ade no twe ne maso e wo won bone ho. God never forgives. Your bompa say and forgive us our trespasses no. What there? Look into the Bible and ask who was ever forgiven. At least there is a mitigation of punishment. I know there, but I should train the air there, beba. God can mitigate.
Or say,
but
Bonnie Akatia
and you
when we Bonia Umuda.
What you say? So, the way fine gentleman, the way people speak well of him, the magnanimity, the benevolence, the nakro, the kasade. I like his spirit. Sebi edi asumdie befie. But not when someone has seriously committed a crime against this country and deprived many Ghanaians of what they in the instance of Mami Kwabra
a change genocide
ne bonia or ye ne say o ma ho kwan se muntwa me koko na so aba $10 64 kg annually no nya a minimum o he say mutwa gu ye no oni hwe 16 million am de man na one bag kra na yesen enti $10 na 31,000 ana say nka mudua ye nso so a nka 9.5 acres no nka Kwabrank wanya ko betimenya 135,000 cedis annually etu wagina 135 achi say ko twa mi koko gu a ni mo twa ni koko na gu a musimu nia when you have to swallow a new contract then it means you are really committing genocide like you are saying as a nipa home family ebasana sebi men kai ewia say yawo obi ani won ma of chief was empakodo sa no phone kai Kenya began well and Sri Lanka it began well. But it got to a point, people were like, as a people are taking us for granted. And when it gets to a point where people feel that politicians are taking the people for granted, Kwabna, you cannot hold the people for ransom. Ebetija, it mesre se omofa kukodro enye adwuma no. Na kronkron ye no, enye se fa bone chenko a. Kronkron ye ni bi ni se obetwe bone aso. Ama bonefo ejai bone ye. Kwabna, increment of electricity tariffs enya nkoma obi ai party kabra but perifo see the jawa na e dia so awo ena udi ade a eye ne papam ne boni mu a ohun aban wa bedi obi ade obi abegusa se Akufo Addo eba ya obedi John Mahama ade ewo IMF anu ode agya no no
yeah
oba no okachire Ghana for se me ba metwam me try IMF nim contract na omni Ghana won o ka say Ghana oba ye no wantimi antwam yekobusa no no se otwam a enyeye enya sa okay John Mahama wan ka say obetwa IMF contract bi emu o ka say obe follow IMF conditionalities bi aba bia no na emom no woni omu be sin konwa na wa make sure say enioma ano ohye no ebe be baba form meboa enti no se wo hwemu a said na me discuss your friend say fan wo ne dollar ne nsensem no Kwabra I was say by now no the rate of electricity no and can your calculations no because un say you triangle for $1 obi a your IPP be you $1 dollar equivalent in cedis now sa IPPs no mo charge e bi a $1 per unit of energy. I was say and can translate about the cost of energy, cost of electricity. What am I saying?
Yeah.
Into no funny say na electricity na $1 is to 1 unit. Me can say sanity. Funny say na yes a unit of your friend is saying electricity cost $1. Funny say. $1 during the Akufo Addo's time was 16 to 17 cedis. Meboa
17.
And he said 17 out there funny 17 now. Because 17 no meant say me use 2 units of power. I should be charged 17 times 2. Meboa. And 17 times 2 no. Say ene say dollar no aba bedru funny say 11. And now they're 12. What they fancy dollar na drew 12. 12 no eswate by 5 cedis per unit.
Yeah.
Hello, what you say? So you the 2% of sa 12 cedis no kra ka ho a And you say na me talk electricity under Akufo-Addo. You get a wisdom?
Yeah.
So it means say nipa na ono kra no wo sa the tax na ba be tax no no.
Still save ska.
Wo be save ska from time ana one Akufo-Addo di dwa no.
Yeah.
And then wo di enim no wo be save some percentage a huge. What you say?
Straight up. So what you mean calculating here every point be no any part of it are saving now like 3 or 4 cedis.
4 cedis. Even with the increment no. Obetuma sa save.
Yeah.
What you say? So no na ya me pese on say na kwabra me nim sa count your many blessings and name them one by one. What you say? If this government would let Ghanaians know the blessings is accrued unto the people of this country. Sa de bebrebe no amafo be jaye. Wisdom game. What am I say? Because nipa no ba no na fuel yesen. Say fuel yesen. It is our tariff fuel no kra na se ya. Na what the be at 1 point and I say 1 cedi kra mpo to so a. Say the normal some beje 1 cedi on a liter no. That 1 cedi on a liter no. So we calculation na according to say obia save be say 8 to 9 cedis. What you say? And also the fan say 7 cedis. 7 cedis now we save you know. What say there be on some amount? Sa 7 cedis ni 4. Na enya 3. I know crowns and am for you did.
Yeah.
But did you hear people cry during the time of Akufo-Addo and Omoto Petro 17? No? It was a silent cry.
Yes.
What I say? And no di jina so koto aba. Enti you say no ba na o ka so the 1 cedi be ka ho no kra no. Onim say a time will come at the end be say akofeda down.
But per all state institution survey, 54% of Ghanaian populace want the government to implement the energy levy.
Energy sector levy.
Yeah.
It's
54%.
Because what fascinating crew. What you say? Umia osu, where mia what fascinating theater.
Yeah.
Now, Sebi, asembia ya tasene be se panico hina behind. Sebi o. Enye se aban no ne ho na teno na wo pesika bia akodie. And I mind you, kwabna. Enye to na Akufo-Addo ogie na amanfo buafu. Die no mo de to ne ye no. To no die ogie to no die akoye no.
That is where the problem is.
Yeah. Because Sedo Mahama de to na otimi de to no and make sure say amanfo benya ahwa aho be hen ha wo mo.
Like Kotokuom. The bridge has been there for the past how many years, God knows. So me a resident of Kotokuom. Oka chem say abansi meju levy. Me that story one day that bridge that high been over years.
Yeah. Ama penfo ewu. Ama me fuya kenwuram. Ama
now abino aye bridge na amamia. What am I thinking about levy? Your friends say energy sector levy. Yeah,
they are buying this can no because no government has anything apart from their people no. From the amano.
Yeah.
And the governance is about management of resources, now, both human and minerals and what.
Just a breakfast in the free land eba. And there's a big bubefu.
So mama scanners all the back on him saying, yoga chair sima kokra boni, yoga chair ye di peja and kwala nine.
Yoga chair.
Oh, Kwabramun Google. Now say yoga chair no craft for crabba.
A
yempa ye a kasubum was.
What is a kasubum?
Suhum sawem.
What is Suhum sawem?
And Pemgro.
Pemgro, no, a dear.
Bear money or bar eda.
Or bear money or banana.
More foul, most fast. Oh, so yeah, Papa Penimuna, ya did to say J. Cobo mining ho bra. Now it turns out, say, Sikana would they cobo mining ho brano. Would they air was a with move groom and damasi. Ghana phone ya so mfaso hwede esi wo airport say covid aba wo no Ghana ni president no wakofa wo yonko Nigeria ni a ono no ni tell say box iron so Benedict ni tika kraka akwana na se jakpa koche no tibembe na wono no aba betra Ghana ha na wono agigi yesika na momoni na kofa akire ni mo acha adi wabra no Gucci wo ho make us wabodam. I'll tell you straight because we are penny now. Yes, say I mean, and Kolabeka Wajimi straight because when you're penny papa, I know you know we are before. Oh, so these are things that get the Ghanaian angry. But funny say, ne, for a very long time, na potholes say we for example, I'll use Joulu for example. Say Joulu akwanya ya ye. Yusuf na ye Mahama na de mano his first term his excellence na de mano obaye Ekufodo no mbaye na omo kase wonje adwuma Senamateja akwu ya ye wo fa ba akwu wu ye plane eda ho plane e no mo start so mo ye adwuma no se na be ya o mbe ma lead ade aba abam e no kura no so mo botu ansa na lead aba abam otuma se e na abedu dumelo so yi otia se ene Joulu ye potholes
me ne o ka say
oh yeah anajubi me kan tai kwabra ekade enkaka ne ko shaminem ena metia so speed
na carrying the speed
the speed enti sada no e bomu no chese just a phone call Dumelo is on the site.
I see
he is working assiduously one time at the end he is working. All he needs to do is to make sure say minister Mr. Potholes with you me pass them on everywhere me constituency no it me ba pro pa and work is ongoing ebi enru so ebeba because they are working and these are things that initially no John Mahama in his first term no decided say well asphalting no after Saudi na said the would solid tape afa book ho who say e chetete and we started so asphalting and we better be sorry ni aya asphalt and aban we wonye aban a obeka se wonye adwuma o ye adwuma no sebasa na utua tuo bi a enye wo den because when you say tuo no will go a long way to solve a problem in your neighborhood or your vicinity what you say enti no enye tuo na ni petria no per se ene ha ni pakro but dia ye de tuo ne beye ene hia dia ye de tuo no ebeye kwabra
because Ghana ni bi age impuntu di
why not
it say otua tuo like recently a man for kasa about doing so ecofom kra
me call Malam Nra Malam for had a problem. I said, you were the one in the seat. I made a boy in the voice, boy.
Yeah.
Just after, no. JJ, I'm on Marco solve a problem, no. And the guy told me, say, oh, honorable, my feed in a dredge, and I'm saying, there be you. And if you didn't get any dredge, you were a buyer and I saw mere.
Okay, some more. Yeah.
Because
I say
don't time no.
Omo didi ejina patem no. Afi do mo ni di atem bi.
Omo ntimi because ye wo bia e ka we minister bia ne huna abo ase de transfer gi awo a o ka se mo am koy mo tenten boy. Mo am koy mo tenten boy. Mo koy mo tenten boy. Omo kan fa mo koy mo tenten boy. Ase ye tena ne huna so gi awo.
E wo man for maternity ara.
We huna asra. You can't go yourself, sir. Oh, so these are things that Emma in Kitahudine Yamre. Oh, a man for a here way. John Mahama Yadibi very marvelously, and he has received a lot of applause. Me say so for be create can
okay.
Say me the 1 liter and 1 cedi to 1 liter so. Me who say no Iraq war no betimi akoso no I mon twen sign o ma fo ho be kire o mo yen twen
yeah he sani ebuma
it said there ye dey so nwina gu so che say wo nsem nyina be ka utirim because wa ma ni pesu aye adwuma o watenka wadi hia wa hu sika eti no onim hiani asɛm onimobroni asɛm what you say obi de wo ka no o se wo sukura na me ya ne mo ono no wo ko gina kra ka che ne se ekwan bi eda ha wo se ye kwan ni ye no mo ko to man di se mo to ai
na ba ko bi do anti ya Ethiopia ya da kwa sha ya de sa ya go bi aba ke ka te ya mpe ente
ye ndi dia mo ke ka kwa sha sa ana no say part of their treat
ya da ho no akwate
ene ma hwe ne bono kara okay ya tentem ono kwa sha Ozimo, MVP afun e metentem.
Ya tentem.
Go kwa se no.
Yes, some.
Ya se no, si ya tentem. Oh, so I think say and John Mahama during the launch of the code of ethics for his appointees no. Kwara o kan simbia na mudu papa. O say ye ba say ye be som. Na yamfa obia nkwanko hye ho say ye fill space. Hey. John Mahama ni nyansa ne son. Oh, etia na sometimes no. Se sinto bi kura wo ho akwa na e me den se metimi aka because he's too wise. Naturally he's very intelligent and wise.
Also I'll give you 60 ministers. Or the 56 there.
56 a boom mine till now.
And oko
ebi e tina na bi e bebo mi din a me twen.
Honorable.
It's a joke over some. On va mami na ko ni patinti dia ko. Etino kwara his wisdom no is at play. And say yes di odi akire sua di odi kan nante. Ono no onkoye ade a ubesua no bone kwan so never. John Mahama will not intentionally say I am a casting and mistakes. Yeah. Error. Yes, to err is human. Maintain so be aka say to sin is human that. But to err, sin to e wo nipa ho. And from wo nipa ho. Nipa de e den I mean, sebi Nyankopon pe and the word perfect no e wo no. No human being is ever perfect except God. Oh. And so crampo no Nyankopon kra no. Unim say or the mre ene ye ni bibia. That's why I always abide by that quotation, no. Time is the mightiest judge. And you know, so we share in the wisdom of John Mahama. And Kobetimi aka say I'm the man in a hurry like Akufo-Addo mentioned. A man in a hurry to put us in a ditch. And he did so recklessly. I mean, without any shame. What destroy any mind? What man was sworn to say, I could bonify yase. Say, see, I hear MPP or Monam, we are Kasa Kase, Quabra. Would there, share more social media, neck kind comments. Don't just look at the Oma post to know, kind comments. Let's share how Ghanaians are dealing with them. How Kama is treating the MPP. Because they showed Ghanaians their truest of color. MPP. And the Akufo-Addo and Omuma Yehu senye omusu ni omuban etie pa
said ye TTUP no
etie my boy foku
Kofo timi cover up.
No, he is wise.
Kofo timi cover up.
He is wise.
But akwa ima Yehu say TTUP no
and Kwabena, it's hard to find a Kofo like in MPP.
Oh.
So ye MPP benya Obia Sebi or Tessa Kufo 1%. A wedding.
What's in the tay? But when my young
and Nazia, who tell the speech now? Hey,
oh no,
the wisdom and but where your papa Emfa, MPP. Look, I hear a dear, I hear tan dear. Your body, it is said your canon on you who NDC. Now, Ed Papa Casano, the real few. Say no, and crown social media.
Yeah.
They are more intelligent than you. They know what it is. They know what the MPP has really done to them. They are never going to forgive an intolerable sin. Intolerable sin. Nipa wa kasa unim se sebi yare aba no wa be gyina no ma na so say yare na aba na impoverish me no. I'm further taking yare no ho tour from you. This will be our bottom. And you think Ghanaians will be magnanimous to say oh and yashi ye dia che.
Na unti I dey na jo mama ba na onyi mfiri ho.
Yo.
Odi kodi enkwasi akagina mu no.
Akagina mu. Me so omo die ya the get fund. Kwabra get fund o. Omo di akwakoye dachi fund agisika na kwakodi this 2037 e dey betwa kana bi. Get fund. NHIS no ma kapo. Me say ada mi tie owura kando honorable abrana chese semisun
oh bro
say watimi baby ayese yemfa ayarefo sika nko foto ayemfa sika nko tumu no we yi sika ne dia akwa she Jubilee House
didi
ayarefo sika o na we be dey won si mochire we si mochire transition je say wo no wo ji sika no wu ana osade wakosie akoshe mochire na sa ji obusuafo sika wo bu abra usu. You know, it's about the demeanor of the government, and the demeanor no they trickle down mostly near the DNA muno. I say, the mama bought John Mahama Koko titru war, and yes she Jaiman Kahono. Professor Mills ye Jaiman Kama MPP Saba Bemu Bimuno. It gives them some form of impunity.
Their immunity.
Yes, because they get immune.
Yes. Emboldened.
Yes, I'm emboldened to act with impunity.
Yeah.
What I say. So some of these things, if you watch them slip by, you allow people to get away with murder. Your mama or GSC ma ye kura no wa anya dwuma bia Ghana for anybody. I swear. Kwadra pa ne put it to vote. Say between say impuntu dwuma and say ye beje omo wia ye sika de sika no. Efri omo nchen. Den na John Mahama nye.
Sika ne de ye impuntu. O de ajigu wo de ja hoko. Ye ya ye nim de be. Be anya sika ni wa ye be da ye impuntu.
Say say hey wo sofu we pachaw. Ohini we pachaw. Obisi say na akwai se waye oman pani nti no e wo se wo so de akomatoye mu na se bi pani se anotea aba na enti aba akokọ nan etea aba na enti aba enkuno enti no so sa nkwase abai ubedi so na obi atutu ne ntoma no atutu perfume agu ne ho lavender no abegina wo nchen no aka che se we uye unua se na ekosi san busa ne se oni
2025 yo muja ejao ne ya hunu sei na eba ye mpuntuo mu sei na ayera na sei na sei ye hia ye de be close gap ne ye de be fill gap no when you tell the person say look ye here ska we akoyi sija the person is ready to.
Why not?
Because now you hunu damage no.
Yes.
Then after the damage no people are being held responsible. People are being punished.
Yes.
Now the Ghanaian no or shall say MSAB.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the routine now odinkophobia from no it should serve as a lesson.
What you say? Now what you should be sure ya if you there
yeah. So it's not like Ghana nimpe tax it ya.
Debbie far from that.
Tobut Roto. I'm a quite a chairman. I never for na did not say yes kadi ayakwai.
Yes.
I didn't know how to say you live as say. So Ghanaians naturally yes yempe tax it ya.
We are the easiest to govern.
But when
the Ghanaian is the easiest to govern.
Let me know the reality. That Charlie, I didn't say anything to you.
Would you a quite busy cry no da me?
Mepe.
Say over come on one two
mepe. Oh baby, was really over baby. I am to him there. Dada me. Oh buying himself dada no.
Why not?
There's
so it's important say abino any ejina da bia ya na kwabna me focus ni nyina wo owura Felix Kwachi Fosuo. There was a time a friend was like, Obo Felix Diana, I need to, because And it tells why communication should be the pivot, because the work is being done and it must be communicated. The rationale behind everything must be known. Don't think for the people. Don't let it feel say they should know say they way. No. Further explain, interact, and make sure say you have enough. Your friend is saying information from the people. Tembiano, you the government be the listener rather than the talker. And so over babontin information about to be gemuno. Na a thorough job done. And you say be a ni and you know almost say all the information copy. Then people just easily assimilate. Because mumu say when you are more to anamo, hey, quadra, Adia Africa have been see da domhamaye. And if he insists using that same module in this government, quadra, there is no political party ever, no matter how organized you are, any bit miabu NDC. She say obi awoba abem no ahya ase any Dr. Fuodi nkita ho. Yeah. Mo hi asem ne sen. Me ba de na mo pese me nyama mo. To obewrem no. Because me me osomfo. Obewrem no. Me nya me ho se me minim enti no. Me ba be ye we ya ma doctor for na ma be promise o. Mo me entena se ne nkita ho. Anese for mo so mo se sen. Teacher for mo se sen. Ekuya for koko ekuya for. It was a very successful interaction. That people's manifesto agenda na jo mama undertake here no. No politician has done that.
And that is what is driving them.
Yes.
Because mess number 2, you know. Exactly. So no money idea that. Yes. And command by Jeff from him.
I can't do a juma oye. Woo. It's because answer na oba bemuno. Wechini. When at the fingertips. Wechini. Jeje. John Jinapo. Shene juma. She Sam George. Oh, when Sam George at some point was having crisis in Po. Now, you know, he was one way bubbly. Sometimes he tries to. He tries his best to at least put some, you know, smiles and all that. But sometimes people think, say, no, he knows what he's about. He went round MTN and Opa Todeta and because of Ura Sam George Intino, you're increasing. How much affairs near to?
Now the value is not the same.
It's not the same.
Buy small, get
much.
And
it's not easy to come by. MTN, for example, they came out with their pleas. They were like, no, it was not easy for them to undertake such jobs. But looking at how Sam George is able to lobby, a good lobbyist. I said, no, you can't work in Ghana and give us a high cost of data and work in Nigeria and give them a cheaper cost of data. No. Then you must let us be apart. I said, what can we MTN, can we Vodafone? That day when I was watching it, I can see say a lot of work has gone into it. Look at the trade ministry. Just say every day there is something.
The transport
going on.
Ministry.
Transport, everything is going. According to say, you don't even hear, but there's a lot of work ongoing. Go to Dr. Dominic Ayeni's office. Na kwabra mi tie ni briefing on Felix Ofosu Kwache, momi briefing bi I think a week or 2 ago. Kwabra na wo itemizing new mano. De all ye the modus operandi or the nyina egu abonten nya say ye witch hunting say me kwa akoti obi e de na kwa akotum abra mi ni na asem they said the omode ye Gregory Afoku enye bia every step of the way, or you should transparency as the key and byword to undertake the duty. So largely, you know, we have a lot of things to discuss. We have to count our blessings and name them one by one.
Then you need properly to pay the taxes.
Why not? Because if you know your money is going for a judicious use or to undertake a job that will benefit you, why not?
When I give money to my wife, I just want a good food. Thank you.
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Liquid soap, tie and dye, stretch marks cream, Tom Brown, glass cleaner. practical ne ye nya ya ne sua nya ya wo do ani bo so te na wo huru ye na won so watumi asom e de aye wo dwuma wo betumi aton ama ofiefo etumi edit oh e ha na me do be sie na asna me pagya me mo no ma me nsan fa me boss me so
administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. Example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. Example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable.
And Babidi and Komo Ghana Ebekasa. Pacho with me join your Facebook page. Now watch your comments and your thoughts with us. Come on, dear. Because a pucho. Bebre, yeah, pucho, bebre. So you can join us, share, ideas. You can join us and share ideas. Okay, more joining you na dem wase. Na, but I dear be me nwanwa kakra. I dear be me nwanwa kakra. Minim over by a week ni, say 2 weeks ni. I say, sabi mo fanche me. I say ma omu wiade wo store mu adolso dodo. And ana party mba. Over by a week ni, say 2 weeks ni. I say ma young girls, Your mochi from Madina, Kumasi, Takrade, and then the Bakubi cram who ye dear. Bakubi who ye say no more than Sabo. As a handcuff, no more than Sabo Mabo Dobimu something. That's a Dawson. Dawson. Because various shops, any other, various shops, I've been watching those videos. And it's very disturbing, Very, very disturbing. Young girls. You see them and Bibi will more be beating actually what is happening. Anyway, Michael Ayaba it's on our Facebook page. Jonas Yewa is here for Delali as usual. Zegosum. And this government is on the right track. Apostle Albert Hemans. And so Anna Niaje says, I'm watching you, Bobby, from Scotland, UK. I like your show. I like your company as well. Anane. Paul Manyagluk says, Commander, good afternoon. You don't read my messages anymore. Lydia Blazer says, good afternoon, Commander. Okay, thank you. Lydia, we are here. You're bolai. But Magda McConney, is there any reason? Kwaku Alex, bro, mete on kacho. Show up. Okay, so Prince Braco Rafken from Labadi, Nati Tokoli is here from US of A. Archery Kokosi Foster. Thank you. But let me be sad. Me say free bay 2 weeks ni. Who videos are young girls will be a co market no wako we are there yes we are bibi ebu awa we nku ba ko bi kura there oso okoto ne ma wo shop akoton no so wo store and we are maame ni sika maame ni yi ne ma sardine ni ade na we are ni sika so they chased her and omo ekochi no and minim minima de cry mano basa I don't know. Be frame Rebecca Kufuado no adi kiaka say my sorry you know say you know I say pa any Kwaku really what frame it but Kwaku at least send me a message on my phone. Kwaku before I know we have in manya SS Mojumoji. Manya SS Mojumoji Bakubi yeah a crame. Sorry. Clement Ewa say Ohima Mesika is here with us. Julie Belinda Obri, Roger Toto, and so Ewa say and Roger can say, young girls. Kakra. Every day 2 weeks in the Sale. And you cry. Oh. It be somewhere. Oh, Doc. My future watch. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh. Anyway, let me move on. So, Abdul Maiga from Japan. Kenneth Papachi is here. Omo check his hard anyway. My younger brother, Imado say we should Kumasi Tafo 4 miles. Omo check his hard anyway because too much. Too much. Too much. Yaw because two girls back say no ma bunu man ni chale. Omo raw bi ho. Me I can't watch it. I can't watch it. Seriously, I can't watch it. Pa. Mami o say ye ni bre and wanted to keep up with the social media pressure. But and as I say no, Obia shop omo use cameras. Almost if you no call why that's it. They are just stealing to dress up to impress people like Bobi and Sahen Hunto. Or him Mexico. Look at that. See. Abba. Radin Yankopon Jesus Christ. Papa Penimu etesemi. Chale, a man de omo chu omo anka omo fo mo nkoma police for. Nana Kofi a man bi so mpa adwuma. Enye kra enim gu asesem pa enye fe kra. Ba ku bi omo chi ni say nice lady. Oh, chale. Ba obi so send message bi aroshe or say okay, so this is Dr. Obed. Also obi the couple's thievery of the MPP is very clear. As a man bokro no street mu away any big deal. Also from Kwabena Dubois and his wife sharing the booty at National Investigations Bureau. Now is give to a Warren Mensah and husband at National Service Authority. And Hannah formerly of Bufferstock, Hanan, formerly of Bufferstock and his wife. They say, man do amwaje akronobo no mo. Say between kayopo problem bia ma yopo problem bia any ho. Problem be anyhow. First, how can you pull out? Now, your problem. Okay, you pull out now your problem. All right, Mammy, call your majuma and everything. But me the assemble couldn't be say. And then, Obibia or share a year, Mamote. Poladomochre enka. You see, the reason why I do this is simple, right? Sometimes we need to remind people one more shadows, so that at any point in time, ombe say will be a warm. And that's the reason why I do that. And yes, it be NTR. But we know, me they remind you, Poladomoch keke. Oh, me ka, Poladomoch asemwa, say, wabodamwa, or mental instability. Ayana yankro say, bubi ebua. Me couple adumochi asem so wabodama and on likes and I drive MPP adru baby o madru no yeah omo nyansa bia ni trim so sometimes when minim ekroma ano chasa oka brofo pe onim nyansa yeah that is Ghana man for you oka brofo pe obviously I was expecting you on Paul Adomochi show yesterday me kura na minim say obema me kakra wanye wa Jimmy Paul Adomochi wa Jimmy sa boy wa Jimmy sa ma minim ye fro kura wo no. And just imagine me ba cho se wu temi me bossa tape miensa pewe, then I will leave the matter. I will not talk about it. Yesterday Paul Adomochi is insulting Musa Dankwa about a year ne research post oye. Enti how much na me who say MPP for no say no say omo ni nyan sentino omo supporters no cannot read in between to know that adie we nipa na ye genuine na say out of hate or ignorance or madness. Paul Adomochi dey out of madness. Wa bodam ni on say original kasakura no you can see directly, and those who engage in that social vice no woman no they easily end up become mad people. Wa bodam Paul Adomochi bodam no name we say. I wonder the kind of friends I mean or what. Eye Paul Adomochi anybody di eye Musa Dankwa Info Global Analytics obedi di na term before 2024 elections ema obia who say Musa Dankwa a useless guy Paul Adomochi did he indeed apologize to Musa Dankwa? What you tape no? What you tape no? Sir. Oh, Charlie. Mini sane. Mini eba. Ya no money pa. No, but there is nothing wrong with Musa Dankwa appearing on his show. You see, me, I've been saying this, that I can walk into my opponent's studio and put my argument across. What do I say? It shouldn't be a big deal. I say a big deal. But yes, a problem about Dama. Nani would also more Damo. Diminish sure say no. Then we after apologizing to him, then you come back to repeat the same things you said about him before 2024 elections. That got you the 38%. What about them? Where a clear evidence that the Sepa or the much or your bodemini. No, there are some people me back then I have never Mami Musa media gra common chenda. Nipa no tie chena hwenwa wabadam. Nyansa di nyansa bi ni trim. What you mean? You don't know who brought such people up. Necromano shesi uti there bia. One guy bi num nyina na hu sa line no. Just keep on wearing suit. No as express apepem shiri. No as shoe you no akabrofo. Eno no. But and generation now mobile, they are not foolish like people like Paul. Your friend is a Gabi. You can't use appearance to deceive anybody. Don't mean for appearance in the deceive. Now, you're going to Paul Adomochi before 2024 elections on Musa Dankwa. Just you're going to Paul Adomochi against Musa Dankwa before 2024. elections.
You are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't, Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh, please, let me, political research. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh, please, let me, political research. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this?
Or you yell no come on. Then more about back about panicho after elections. After elections, no about panicho. Then later you got him on your show. No one say about back. Question the credibility. I say Debbie our day say was it 5 days be out say Musa Dankwa pose. But the figures now or the banner are they not right? So even if you don't understand it and you want to expose him, you could have called him. No question the basis of Nipos, no. There be you will come back and insult him. And when there is mud in your face, you will come back and apologize to him and lobby him to come and sit on your show and explain things. What about them? What about them? Complete me. Won't be in Caribbean and say me say more them. What about them? Because how? How? At one point you say this, at another point you say something about the person. If you hate the person, just say it. Whereas I want to win him.
political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh, please, let me, political research. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh, please, let me, political research. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh, please, let me, political research. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh, please, let me, political research. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh. Some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa, please don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be, Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh, please, let me, political research. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa place. Don't come and embarrass us. Steve Odo will be. Steve Odo is an NDC man, but he will be embarrassed by this. What kind of research is this? What is this? Musa Dankwa, what is this? Oh. Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. What is this? Where is this coming from? What is this? Musa Dankwa, you are disgracing political research. We don't like that. If you didn't study political science and you're going to learn it from some cocoa place, don't come and embarrass us.
Wow, the tonation. And the way I was see Tietia, I said, Ujai Poladumoch cry, say, on your research, I will get the form of Mukra, Emma, Onuma de Cro. Me, Adia me Gane, sa, and Crofono, and political science, me a political science. What Jimmy now? You see, and I said, Akaino school and prepare Jimmy. Your knowledge and your wisdom. You can acquire knowledge, but you are still stupid. And when you are stupid, you can put the knowledge into practice. M&A society. That is simple. You can acquire knowledge. Yes, that one is there. You can go and buy a big crato. Now say a G-Tech for name or Titan C, baby. Doctor Nimu professors the idea about dying. I mean yet to chroma yehu. What do I say? So you can acquire it. But when you don't have wisdom, you can't apply it to the benefit of the society. Even there yes acquire no. Yadwani Musa Dankwa jina ho sesia umonse Musa Dankwa na achievements in the academic field no. Kwasi awe Poladumoch on do order. Ene or a lawyer of immigration or china or you say no akasa basa.
Who will ensure that the discussions that we will have here will be streamlined. And perhaps at the end of it all, the discussions will concretize into action. So on this note, I'd like to invite the Member of Parliament for Jirapa in the Upper West region. He's called Grassroots. Honorable Cletus Seydou Dapila to introduce the chairman for our conference today. Thank you. A round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, Honorable MC, for this august occasion. My task this morning is to introduce a chairperson for this noble gathering. I will stand on existing protocols to proceed to introduce the chairman for this occasion. Chairman for today's ceremony is a distinguished educationist, a graduate of the University of Education, Winneba. He taught at various learning institutions, including Bimbla College and Tamale Secondary School. He was elected at Tamale Metropolitan Assembly in 1989. He also worked with the School for Life as a coordinator in 2002 elections, which ushered in His Excellency at the led NDC government. He was elected the Northern Regional Representative on the Council of States and held the position for 2 consecutive terms from January 2009 to January 2017. He was also elected. He was the Deputy Director of Education in charge of human resource at the education unit in Tamale. He was a son of Na Bapeng Yu Na Ablai Mahama Bawa, and a grandson of Ndanyana Mahama II, Pema. He was first of Yu Savlugu after the stayed far in August 1997 and stayed on until the performance of the final funeral rites of his father in April 2000. He was then enskined as Nabapre Panna, Chief of Pano in the then Savlugu Nanton municipality in April 2000 by His Majesty the late Ndanyana Yakubu II, the former king of the Bon Kingdom. He was elevated to full king as divisional chief in March 2012 by His Royal Highness Kampuguna Ablai, the former regent of Dabong, Na Bapeng Yona V. After the performance of the funeral of the late Yana, His Majesty Ndanyana Abukari II, King of Dabong, appointed Nabapre Vuna as he then was the Nanton's king in March 2019. Your Excellency and esteemed audience, I present to you the chairman for this occasion, Nayap Nantona Mahamadou V, Paramount Chief of Nanton. Your Excellencies, audience, your chairman, your audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Cletus Seydou Dapila. Another round of applause for him. And let me make an appeal to the media, especially the photographers. This program is live across the country on Parliament TV. It's on Facebook and on Parliament TV across the country. And that is why your movement, please, have to be restricted, especially the photographers, because you don't know where the cameras are, and you just review of the camera. So please take note. We are live across the country on Parliament TV. Let's now take the chairman's remarks.
representative of His Excellency the President of Ghana, Honorable Julius Debra, the Chief of Staff, honorable members of the Northern Caucus of the 9th Parliament of Ghana, Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Mahama Ayerga, Honorable Minority Leader, Osahini, Honorable Afenyo Makin. I think not until today. I don't know as a chief. Honorable Ministers, Honorable Haruna Idrisu for Education, for Honorable Minister, Honorable Chancellor, Nalasan Andane Pisulana, Dr. Charles Aburi, NGC's President, distinguished guests, development partners, heads of Northern Region Development, the press corps, the security personnel present, the imams and clergy, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly honored, deeply humbled, and filled with a great sense of responsibility to be accorded this opportunity to chair this important conference. But it is even a greater pleasure for me to welcome all the members from Accra who are here with us. Your presence here desire to rise of petty politics that so often leave us feeling so as to contribute to this regional dialogue about ways to support the transformation of our economy. Today's meeting is not a matter for NDC or MPP, but a collective responsibility for us all. The conference is being organized under the theme Rehabilitation of Infrastructure that can help our development in northern Ghana needs a multi-sectorial, inclusive, and sustained approach with emphasis on the following. A, equitable resource distribution, rural transformation, climate resilience, youth empowerment, peace and governance. I hope my friends would pay attention to some of the issues mentioned above. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to add my comments or suggestions with a big request. As the popular saying goes, water is life. I'm particularly happy that traditional leaders are part of this conference. And the issue I want to put across is the issue of Galamsey. and the pollution of our rivers and its tributaries in the northern sector. In the future, our people may not be able to buy bottled water or imported water, as most of the water sources will be chemically infested. Chiefs in the northern region should be targeted for education to have a no-nonsense approach to water pollution. Chiefs, with the collaboration of the district assemblies, the security, and the citizenry, should lead the fight against galamsey operations in our water bodies to save life. In this area, we need greater commitments from our chiefs who pretend over every piece of land in the northern sector. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to crave your indulgence in the need affairs of this important conference successfully. I wish you all a very successful deliberation. Thank you.
Please, let's do it better. Let's do it better. Let's give it out to our chairman, Yabna Antona Mahamadou the Fifth. He has graciously accepted to chair today's occasion. Let me invite one of our colleagues to acknowledge that I here. She will do the badges. The next speaker, because everyone is important. Some of our leaders who have made time to be with us here. So it's a moment for Salexaf, Honorable Zuwaira Ibrahima. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good morning, everyone. Aparna, Mpura, Desva, Chief Metro. Thank you very much for the honor done me to acknowledge all our dignitaries present here this morning to lend support to this very laudable initiative by the non-cause of the night. I can see an array of our chiefs, and that is testament to the seriousness that all of us attach to this event. Start her fathers and uncles on the high table. Permit me to acknowledge the Chief of Staff, the representative of His Excellency the President, John Dramani Mahama, in the person of Honorable Julius Debra. Chief, we are grateful. I also acknowledge the Majority Leader, Honorable Mahama Ayariga, a 6th-term Member of Parliament for the good people of Boku Central, and currently the Leader of Government Business in Parliament. I acknowledge the Minority Leader, Honorable Osahene Alexander Kwamina Afenyo Markin. The Honorable Minority Leader is a 4th-term Member of Parliament for the good people of Ifutu in the Central Region. Honorable Dominic Ntiwo, Member of Parliament for Bimbila, a Member of Parliament, a former Leader of the House, a former Minister of Defense. We also have with us the host MP of today's event, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the 6th Member of Parliament for Tamale South, a former minority leader, and currently the Minister of Education. With us today, Honorable Alhaji Habib Idris, 2nd Member of Parliament for Tolong, a former deputy, 2nd Deputy Whip, Majority Whip, and now a 1st Deputy Minority Whip of the 9th Parliament. I did indicate that we have our paramount chiefs with us, and I will take a little bit of your time to acknowledge all of them. We have the representative of the overlord of Dagbon, the Yana, and he's in the person of Nayab Nantom, Na Mamadou, the 5th Paramount Chief of Nanton Traditional Area, who happens to be the chairman of the occasion. We have Na Bakem Karna Nantoma, Paramount Chief of Karaga Traditional Area. Also with us is Na Bapur Sanarna, Ambassador Abdullahi, Paramount Chief of Sanargu Traditional Area. We have Na Bapur Sabobna, John Matir Bowan, Paramount Chief of Saboba Traditional Area. Also with us is Na Bapur Zolana Professor Nantoma, Paramount Chief of Zoo Traditional Area. And then we have Nayab Pansona Alhaji Amidu Sedu, Chief of Panso and former MP for Walensee constituency. We have Nayab Lanjerna Yakubu Zeblem. From the northeast, we have So Naba Malagu Sedu Nantoma, Paramount Chief of So Traditional Area and Vice President of the Northeast House of Chiefs. From the Savannah region, we have Banda Traditional Area. And from the Upper East region, we have Naba Yelzo Kusum Asaga II, Paramount Chief of Nangodi Traditional Area. We have the Paramount Chief of the state who are with us this morning. And amongst them, we have Honorable Cletus Avoka from the Upper East region. We have Honorable Alhaji Mohammed Mumuni, Northern region. Mr. Michael Kwame Mumuni, Upper West region. Mr. Thomas Moore, Ditundini, Upper East region. Na Saka Abuba from the Northeast region. Also on the dignitaries table, we have the regional minister of the Northern region, Honorable Adolf Ali. I want to use the opportunity, after introducing the regional minister, to introduce and acknowledge some of his colleague ministers who are with us this morning. We have Alhaji Abasedu Isifu, Minister of State, Climate Change and Sustainability. We also have Honorable Joseph Bukari Nipe, Minister of Transport. Also, Honorable Lydia Akamvariba, MP for Timpani, Minister of State, Public Sector Reforms. We have Honorable Alasan Suhini, MP for Tamale North and Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways. We also have in our midst a representative of the Dean of the Faculty of Education, Professor Mohammed Ibrahim Gunu. And we have a representative of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Development Studies. I think it's the same person, Professor Ibrahim Gunu. Yeah. So I think before I sit down, I want to acknowledge our religious leaders who have joined us this morning. They've offered prayers to usher us into today's activities, and we know that they are going to be with us in prayer. So I acknowledge Regional Chief Imam Sheikh Abdul Salam Ahmed, Bishop of Tamale, Most Reverend Philip Name is also here with us. And as I indicated, it's an opportunity to recognize everyone else who is here with us to offer spiritual support for this very, very important initiative of Northern Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And yes, indeed, like I indicated, everyone here is a distinguished personality in his or her own right, and we appreciate your presence. And these acknowledgements will be done in batches. And so the next round, I'm sure that the other members of our VVIP who have not been mentioned yet will be due. But let me acknowledge also the presence of the chief from the Upper West region, Koro Abu Diaka Sukabe Ninia the Fifth, Zini Koro, and Vice Upper West Regional House of Chiefs. Yes, thank you very much now for your presence here. We also have, I'm informed, Nayab Yelzwel Banglana Mahamaru, the regent of Yelzweli. Thank you very much, Chief. We are grateful that you made time to be with us here today. Now let's hear from some of our, I know that our Speaker of Parliament, when he used to be a member of Parliament, didn't like to be described as such. Because he said when you begin to call him a Mugabe, then it means you want to say he has stayed on for too long. But Parliament requires experience. And the more people in Parliament, the more useful they are to the institution of Parliament. That's not to say those who have interest in coming to Parliament should be discouraged, because you can always get, surprises from even first-timers. So we want to hear from some of our longest-serving members of Parliament. One of such, during the introduction, you would have noticed, is our Member of Parliament for the Bimbilla constituency and former Minister of Defense. He's a sixth-term Member of Parliament, and it's our pleasure to invite him to share a word or two with us. Honorable Dominic Bingab Aduna Nitiwel. Please, a round of applause for the Member of Parliament for Bimbilla. Shada. I'll say something about that.
The chairperson of today's conference, who also represents Diana, His Royal Majesty, the King of Dagbon. Now you have Nanta Mahamadou V, the staff, Peace of the Press, who also represents the President Mahama. Permit me to single out Na Bapre Sanana Ambassador Abdullah Yakubu, who is host chief. Our revered religious leaders present here. All revered chiefs across the 5 regions of the north present here. The honorable members of the Council of State, the host minister, the Northern Regional Minister, Honorable Adolf Ali, honorable ministers of state present here, our majority leader, Honorable Mama Yaga, our minority leader, Honorable Tahine Alexander, ambassadors present and ambassadors designate, our honorable members of parliament present, CEOs who have found time to be with us here, members of the diplomatic corps, our development partners, invited guests, members of the media, and all other protocols that were previously established that I failed to mention. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with deep honor and profound sense of duty that I stand before you today at the first Northern Development Conference. More than just a gathering of minds, this occasion represents the opportunity to revitalize the call to action, an opportunity for awakening and a renewed belief in our collective responsibility to establish a new direction from the North, one that embraces unity, peace, inclusion and prosperity. It is for this reason that I was very elated and happy when the majority leader, during our first meeting and inauguration in Parliament by the Right Honourable Speaker, mentioned that he will want the Honourable Haruna Idrisu, the Minister of Education, to host the first Northern Development Conference. I thought, as usual, it was political talk. But today, I'm glad that as politicians and as members of Parliament, we are gathered here as a single unit, and that our people see us here as people who are here to work together and put behind elections and put behind our differences and put behind our political parties, our religious differences, to work for the development of our people. Today, everyone in Ghana knows that the North, the 5 regions of the North, lag behind when it comes to development. And there is a reason. The history of Ghana teaches us why we are where we are today. It is for this reason that we must, with a sense of duty, ensure that we bridge this gap. But we can only do this when we are united. So unity is the foundation of development for every place. Unity is the foundation of development for the North. Without it, I dare say, any effort will become futile, The North has a diverse range of cultures, languages, and traditions. But this isn't a setback. In fact, it is our biggest asset. In order to unify our people, we must foster inclusivity with processes governed by inclusivity, the continued dialogue across ethnic groups, and encourage witness as opposed to otherness. Let us speak to our youth, our elders, our communities in the language of no division, but shared vision. A vision from Tamale to Boku, a vision from Wa to Yendi, a vision from Saboba to Damango, and a vision from Bole to Salaga. Our unity must be strategic, institutionalized, and ultimately sustainable beyond us for our children and our great-grandchildren. Today, there are multiples of opportunities, huge lands that are available to us. Opportunity in agricultural mechanization, renewable energy, digitalization of anything and everything, terrorism, and many more. And yet, how do we assess this opportunity? Look at policy support. For instance, the Northern Development Authority and other government flagship programs, but as much as relevant infrastructure to attract investment while supporting our economic existence. Let us make sure that we identify and do not remain a policy paper, but fundamentally become jobs, clinics, roads, water, educational infrastructure, and a means of economic development for our people. We need to speed up growth. We simply have no time to wait. We must create unity and we must create development. This might involve local financing. We have very experienced and well-to-do Northerners. How do we get them to establish in the North? How do we get our entrepreneurs to realize that opportunities abound in the North in the midst of poverty? How do we get development partners, strategic agro-processing zones, financing and setups in ICT and growing vocational training? How do we get our youth to move from what they do today into realizing that the world has opportunities and that only they and they alone can move their places forward? Let us make the North a hub of Ghana's agricultural value chain, a tech setup zone for our young people, focus on innovation, and the first choice for green industrialization. Localized development, ladies and gentlemen. Decentralized to districts and traditional authorities, and build everybody to ensure that all of us are inclusive. True development must grow to teach and reach the girl in Gushegu, the farmer in Sisala, the student in Wale, and the disabled youth in Nalergo. That is true development. Inclusive means a voice to women, people with disabilities, and underrepresented groups and youth. It also means justice and fairness when opportunities for development are offered by the public in investment. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, sustainable development cannot occur without peace. Never. The violent scars of conflict are still felt in many parts of the North. There must be greater emphasis on the role of traditional leaders, religious leaders, the government, and the youth groups in conflict prevention and conflict resolution. The government must allocate funds from the national budget to the National Peace Council, to our traditional elders who have held us in peace for thousands of years. prioritize the improvement of security forces, and provide education about peace at all levels, from the primary to the tertiary. We envisage a peace and development pact, a formal agreement signed by traditional elders, political actors, and members of civil society, providing stability in an international investment conference. Therefore, many of our sons and daughters who have excelled and prospered, including doctors, engineers, entrepreneurs, professionals, and academics, must reconnect and be invited back to help the development of the North using this forum. We hereby propose the establishment of a Northern Development Endowment Fund, started by members of Parliament and pioneered by Northerners, to be used for and on behalf of Northerners, including those in Ghana and those abroad. A fund that will be available for our people to access, to go to school, to build businesses, to have capital, to have seed funds for our women, our children, and our youth. Ladies and gentlemen, no nation, including the North, can develop without education, because education is the most powerful tool. Yet the North is still behind in both access, infrastructure, and outcomes. We must quickly address all this. Build more TVETs and STEM schools and support girls' child education. Wouldn't it be nice to wake up and see that every district in the North has a model STEM school? We need these skills for our survival if we have to catch up. It's therefore time to bridge the North-South divide. It's time to change the narrative and to hold bold policies. That is why I congratulate the people who dreamt of this concept, who dreamt of this conference. We need to advocate for equitable allocation of resources, and we can only do this if we are together. If the political actors are together, if the religious actors are together, if we do what Northern Benin did. Find out what Northern Benin did. After elections, they know no political parties. They know no divisions. They know no tribes. What they know is how to develop Northern Benin. We can do it, and we must do it. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, my thanks will go to the President, the MPs, the Speaker, and the leaders in Parliament, both the minority and majority, for supporting this conference. Our traditional elders, our traditional leaders, all of them are here. And the growth of the North belongs to all of us. We, the people of the North, are to ensure that the North grows together. So let today mark the emergence of a new Northern Ghana. A region that will dare to dream. A place we dare to do. And a place we dare to come together to develop. Let's build a North to be proud for generations to come. A North that speaks not of neglect and poverty, but speaks of innovation, unity, peace, hope. For the people of Ghana to move from the south to come and settle in Tamale, not the other way around. To move from Accra to come and settle in Mboga, not the other way around. To move from the south to settle in Damango, not the other way around. To move from the south to settle in Nalegu, not the other way around. And to move from the south to come and settle in Wa. Let's build the North together. Let's wrap, not in pieces, but as a whole. And I say, and I dare say, we will have a strong North that we can be proud of. That tomorrow they will say, this generation started it. And we shall walk on the streets of gold, on the streets of Tamale and all other regional capitals. I thank you very much, and may God bless you all.
That was a very powerful one. Please, another round of applause for a former leader of Parliament, former Defense Minister, and 6th-time Member of Parliament for the good people of Bimbilla, Honorable Dominic Nitiwell. So I indicated earlier that we are live on Parliament TV. We are also live on UDS television. And so we are across the world, not just the country. And people are joining the live stream, and it is very, very exciting online. Very interesting contributions coming in. And the production here, the event is organized with the support of Carlos Events, an entertainment event organizing, company here in Northern Region, defining excellence in every event. Now it's my pleasure to invite, and there's something interesting. Maybe those of us who want to be Mugabes in our constituencies may find a way of adding Aduna to our name. Very interesting. Our first speaker before now, his name is actually Aduna. In fact, it is a traditional name. I mean to ask him the meaning of it later on. But the next speaker is also called Aduna. And you can call it a nickname, but it's actually the corrupt version of Haruna by the local people, attesting to his down-to-earth nature and interactions with them all the time. He's one of our oldest serving members of Parliament also from the north, and he's the Minister for Education, former Leader of Parliament, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and Member of Parliament for the Tamale South constituency.
Also, thank you for those warm words and compliments. Na Nantona Chairman. I'm sure I'm safer surviving on Honorable Zuere's protocols of both the political elite, Excellency members of the Council of State, regional ministers, members of Parliament, Kanle Suhe Nanima, Kansuhe Nanima, so that I won't have to go through, as I identify, very respected chiefs from every part of northern Ghana. And today, once you have a keynote speaker in the person of Na Pisholana and Danny and Charles Abugre, I'm sure it makes my work very easier. And I'm sure, as Honorable Suhine observed, because he invited the other Aduna from the other side, Honorable Nitiwell is actually called Haruna. His Aduna is a Kokumba version of Haruna. And to Honorable Suhine, my mother Leslie of blessed memory could not say Haruna. So she used to say Aduna. And how come the Aduna have come to stay? How beautiful and wonderful it is to see you all, Nanima, distinguished personalities, proud citizens of the North, gather here to charter a new course and a new path for what I want to describe as the underdeveloped North. And to invite all of you that let us unite in our recognition that the North is underdeveloped. And to challenge ourselves that the North awaits our individual collective contribution in a stupendous transformation. The North is looking forward to our stupendous transformation as a collective. Therefore, I do not intend to speak much. The Honorable Julius Zedbra, representing His Excellency President Mahama, Chief of Staff, I've known him for more than 2 decades. He is also here in his own capacity as a friend of the North. So, Excellency Na Chairman Nanuma, what can we all do to wake up the untapped sleeping horse of the North? Fortunately for us, we have God's best prizes, the best human resources and the best natural resources. A useful combination too. The use of its best human resource to tap its natural resources. It is only the North that have a mosaic ecosystem. It's only the North that has a mosaic ecosystem. I see my colleague, Minister for Transport. Then also permit me now, Chairman, to correct an erroneous impression growing on in our body polity. Northerners, let them be reminded that Northerners are not a tribe. Yes, refer to us as, but North is not a tribe. If any of you has a dictionary where the Northerner is described as a tribe, this is an academic environment. Share it with us for our reading. We are only an amalgam of persons with diverse backgrounds. The number of ethnic groups remains uncountable in the North. How do we exploit this diversity to the development of the North? And now, Chairman, as I said, Minister for Education, how do we as Northerners, I didn't say minister, promote literacy and education? Who does what, when, and how? Are we all playing? And will all of us play our respective role to promote literacy and education? That in the next 2 decades, when education statistics is shared, Greater Accra and probably Ashanti region will not be ahead of Northern Ghana in the statistics of literacy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, since we are in an academic community, I should now acknowledge Osahene, the minority leader. He knows why I'm acknowledging him in the middle of my presentation. My good friend, when he was being introduced, Nayab Nantona said that now that he's a chief, he will be polite on the floor of Parliament. So to Osahene, lesson to carry on. Now, if I move on a point of order with the distinguished majority leader, Honorable Mahama Ayarga, I'll remind you that chiefs are not to speak as you speak as a minority leader. So to the majority leader, let me thank you all for putting this together, and to thank you for the resource persons you have invited. I'm sure we all will be the richer at the end of listening to our resource persons. Then finally, to the UDS. We are here. I'm happy to convey to you that not sooner than Friday, President John Dramani Mahama will ascend to a new UDS Act. And thanks to my colleague from both sides of the house, I see Honorable Habib smiling. And I'll end on that note. So the UDS bill, Mr. Vice Chancellor and Dean of Students, we've honored our word. Parliament has passed it into law. By Friday, it should be assented to into law. And you now have a full-fledged university with campuses here, Chogo, Yendi, and possible campuses in Salga, Damangu, and Nalerigo. The legislation does not preclude the expansion of the university, but to assure you all that it is the greatest desire of President Mahama to have a university in each region of Ghana. And I'm fast working at it to get work started in Bunu, Kintampo. I'm now looking at Salga and Damongu, who should compete for the headquarters of the university for the Northeast region, and the traditional Savannah region, and the traditional Gambaga and Lergo, who would host beyond the training college 8. Then Nanuma, then I end with it. The North is not still without conflict. Some of the conflicts borders on chieftaincy, some of it on land disputes. How do we make the North an attractive destination for foreign investment? And Nanuma, with being friendly with how we deal with land and how we deal with investors and those that will come to exploit our mineral resources. As I said, I don't intend to take the matter out of the keynote speaker, but to assure even those in this room that even Tamale is sitting on oil. And very soon you will get scientific findings and revelations that Tamale has an hydro potential as a city. Not to talk about the gold in Bole and in Bolga. Then finally, Nanuma, once I have Honorable Nitiwul here, I have Honorable Minority Leader here. It's my only advice, then I take my seat. Those of you who are politicians, particularly in Parliament, not to think that, never ever think that compromise is a weakness. So that's my advice to members of Parliament from both sides of the House, that never ever think that compromise is a weakness. So long as you have a democracy, there would be compromises. And I just share with you that example and take my seat. I walked into Parliament, got the majority leader to introduce scholarship bill, which he had announced earlier. Then I came with UDS bill. Because I know and work compromise, I went to Osahine and Habib and said, I want the UDS bill passed today. I thank you all. And I got it passed.
Compromise indeed is not a weakness, and trust me, it takes a strong man with a strong heart to be able to make compromises. Please, another round of applause for the Minister for Education and Member of Parliament for the Tamale South constituency, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Isn't this a very good time to take a break? Let those who support the motion say hear, hear. And since we are up north, beautiful display, please let's do 2 minutes just so that we can speakers. Please, a cultural display 2 minutes. Please, the movement. We are live on TV. The movement, please. Restrict the movement. We are live on TV, so restrict the movement, please.
Malago, Chichar Quawachera Kurupa, Wurquamirko, Malcarambani, Swaya Bijola War, Olampunya Gulu, Shiriato, Langalampu, and Malagaching, Alan Wumpul, and Yaudoyo.
Valong.
Pumi Atale, Walby, Pumi Atale,
Valong.
Kuchirayo, Rangma, Bumjayo, Yaudo, Chichar Power Quapico.
Tapaya. Carolura. Tapaya. Carolura. Fire Pump, thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for the Tamale Cultural Troupe for that beautiful Bamaya dance. Jara dance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman Nanema, I now have the pleasure to invite the Osahin. Some of us call him the leader of the dark forces in Parliament. Yeah, members of the dark forces know themselves. Honorable Alexander Afewakin is the minority leader and he has graciously accepted to join us today to give us goodwill message. Please let's show some love for the leader of the Dark Forces in Parliament, Honorable Alexander Afenyo Market.
So I didn't know that the passage of the UDS bill was a political promise. I see. Chairman of this great occasion and the rep of the King of Dagbon, my respected colleague and senior Honorable Harun Edrusu, misconstrued your remarks, but it's okay. Ladies, I was taught about the principle of situational leadership. You know, when one hang palace with only one person giving us 138. You know, our NDC friends, they are not border like that. They are tough guys. So you need to show some resilience, you know. So forgive me, but that is how it is. And unfortunately, I become a minority leader, and day one they say super majority. So we also have to enact mighty minority. So my chief, it's not easy, you know. The times we are in, you need to be strong. So it's situational leadership. When 2028 I get 190, you will see me in my diplomatic best. But for now, I think you have to manage me. But we are a family. A family. Your Royal Highness, Chair of this important program and rep of His Majesty the King of Dagbon, Honorable Chief of Staff, representative of His Excellency the President, Majority Leader of Government Business, Honorable Minister of Transport, Minister of States, Honorable Regional Minister, Council of State members, and for emphasis, my respected former senior in Parliament, Honorable Cletus Avoka and Honorable Mohamed Mumuni. Me to stand on the existing protocols to proceed to address you. It is my distinct honor to stand before you at this historic and auspicious occasion, the first Northern Development Conference, under the theme, a conference of Northern people, leaders and partners. Today, we come together as one people from diverse backgrounds, but with a common purpose, to chart a new course of hope and development for the Northern Ghana. Let me extend my gratitude to the organizers of this conference and to all participants for your dedication to the progress of our 5 northern regions. This occasion is a celebration of our unity and an affirmation of our resolve to unlock full potential of the North for the benefit of its communities in the nation. Your Highness, the Chair, from Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, and the media. Northern Ghana is a land of rich diversity and immense potential. The 5 northern regions, Upper East, Upper West, the North, Northeast, and Savannah, are home to a mosaic of ethnic groups, languages, and the cultures living side by side. From the vibrant dances and music of its festivals to the timeless wisdom of its traditional leaders, the cultural heritage of the North is a treasure that must be preserved and promoted for future generations. This diversity is your strength. It teaches the values of tolerance, community, and shared identity as Northerners and Ghanaians. Economically, the North has long been the agricultural heartbeat of our country. It is possessed of fertile savanna land and hard-working farmers who feed our nation. In fact, North Ghana accounts for over 40% of Ghana's agricultural land, the breadbasket country. You grow the maize, rice, yam, groundnuts, and sorghum that nourish families across Ghana. With proper investment in modern farming methods, irrigation, and agro-processing, the North can not only ensure national food security, but also become a major supplier of food to West Africa. Beyond agriculture, you have untapped potential in livestock, shea butter production, tourism, and even renewable energy. Despite these vast potentials in agriculture, trade, and more, we know the North has not yet fully benefited. Of course, local businesses, especially those led by women and youth, still face barriers like limited access to finance and markets. This must change. The promise of this conference is to harness the full diversity and potential of Northern Ghana into real developmental outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, and my lords, temporal and spiritual, our imams, the clergy, we cannot talk about Northern development today without acknowledging a significant milestone that occurred just a few weeks ago in Accra. Under the leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Northern Caucus of the 9th Parliament was officially inaugurated. This caucus brings together all members of Parliament from the 5 northern regions across both sides of the political aisle, united to champion the development of Northern Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, in inaugurating this caucus, reaffirmed Parliament's commitment to inclusive development and unity across the North. The ceremony marked a renewed effort to consolidate the voice of Northern MPs. Not as members of the majority or minority, not as different parties or tribes, but as one northern people in advocating for strategic development. Then you respond now. Good morning. Okay. So Dasba, I've tried. Before we can chart a path towards meaningful development in northern Ghana, we must confront the persistent challenges that have historically held the region back. Foremost amongst these is the stark prevalence of poverty. Our northern regions record the highest rates in the country, with nearly 8 in 10 people in some areas living in multidimensional poverty. This translates to families struggling daily for food, healthcare, and education. Coupled with this is a glaring infrastructural deficit, poor road network, limited access to electricity, inadequate water supply, and poor sanitation continue to hinder the economic activity and social well-being. For instance, only 49% of households in the Upper East region have electricity, compared to the 94% in Greater Accra. These gaps not only erode quality of life, but also discourage investment and economic growth. And for emphasis, and without repeating what the majority leader said, destiny has made it possible for us to get another Northerner as president. The job now is for all of you to come together and push resources, create a balance. And without repeating what Honorable Nitiwo said, let it now be a choice for a citizen to decide where to live. I should say I am going to resettle in Pusiga or Walawali, and it's really say I am going to Accra at all costs. Education, which should be the great equalizer, remains a major hurdle. Still, it's affecting growth. Literacy remains low, especially among adults, and many children in rural communities still face barriers such as long travel distances, untrained teachers, or financial hardship that push them out of school. In addition, insecurity has become an urgent concern, with chieftaincy disputes, ethnic conflicts, and the threat of extremist violence disrupting lives and livelihoods. Climate-related tensions between farmers and herders further compound the problem. These issues, poverty, weak infrastructure, poor education, and insecurity intertwine and have contributed to the North's marginalization in development. But first, evidence of a shared resolve to change the narrative, not rest, and we coordinated action well. Acknowledge that is confirmed. It's imperative that should commit to a clear strategic set of priorities. As a leader of minority in in Parliament, be assured that we work together to advocate for equitable budget allocations to ensure the North receives its fair share, completing key roads like Eastern Corridor, extending rural electrification, and providing access to clean water and sanitation. Education will also be a top priority with effort to improve facilities, teacher deployment, and establishment of vocational and tertiary institutions to empower youth with relevant skills. Babaru, your rise to your next level will materially depend on what you do in education. The ball is in your court. Oh, I mean the Minister of Education is now, he was Minister of Trade some years ago. He became Minister of Employment. Then he became Minority Leader. And then now Minister of Education. So what is left? He has to rise. But I'm saying that his effort in this education, this sector will help him. So the ball is in his court. He can decide to partner. Partnership is good. Compromise. He can compromise. A healthy population is fundamental to progress. So if we aim to expand healthcare access, staff rural clinics, and promote public health campaigns, and protect the vulnerable household through strengthening social protection programs like NHIS and LEAP, we would have met the minimum expectation of our people. Equally, economic empowerment that is required, especially through modernized agriculture and job creation. I expect this forum to push for investment in irrigation, farming inputs, agro-processing, and youth-focused agribusiness support while promoting entrepreneurship through microcredit programs. And let me pause here. For the youth who are in this room and the youth who are listening to me, when the support comes by way of microcredit, it is not for free. You remember the majority leader, when he was in opposition, he had to sacrifice his own comfort to buy a tractor for his people. It ended him up in trouble. It was the grace of God that took him out. And I wonder how many people, after using the tractor to farm, they paid. And one of the problems we have as your political leaders, when we make investment in you to help you become economically empowered, you often forget that beyond you there are others to benefit. And you decide not to pay because you voted for us. Me, in Winneba, I gave outbound motors. The people did not pay. And then they have built houses. I have a boat. That boat, I have not enjoyed one single money. When they bring some money, then later they say the engine is broken. So they will take the same money. On this issue of empowerment, let me also entreat colleagues. Let us be national conversation on this matter with our people. Being that we are rich, so now let us begin a conversation. Let us begin to let our people know when intervention back so the brother, if you don't back, then the MP is corrupt, then becomes a political tool. The next moment he is out of power, then you are there enjoying, then your other brother is suffering. No, it's a two-way affair, and we political leaders must initiate the conversation so that we don't continue to do the blame game. I shall conclude by calling for action. Development of Northern Ghana should be a shared responsibility. Emphasis, a shared responsibility that demands our collective commitment. And my chiefs, please help us. you do the interface with the people. They even fear and respect you more than we the leaders. Let us begin a new action plan so that when the resources come, it could be doubled. It will be an investment and not consumption, so that the other person can also benefit. The youths, the future is yours. This opportunity offered the North one more time must not slip by. The time of taking your certificate down south to your MP should be over. I repeat, the time of taking your CVs and certificate down south and queuing in the offices of your MPs should be over. But the time has come that the little resources you get, you create opportunity for yourself. There's an MP down south who has a rice farm in North. He's so rich, I won't mention his name, because he saw the opportunity and he tapped into it. Today he's a minister. What about you, who has the opportunity yet not tapping into it? Don't think that when you graduate, you must come down south and look for employment in the ministries. That is not nation building. Nation building is you getting the opportunity and being empowered yourself. I am happy that today I have joined you for us to have this bipartisan step, which will prioritize policies and projects that close the developmental gap between the North and the rest of the country. We must deliver on promises with urgency and integrity, ensuring that resources meant for the North are fully utilized for their intended purpose. And to develop our development partners and investors, we welcome your continued collaboration in sectors like agriculture, healthcare, education, and entrepreneurship. I believe the North is ready for transformation, but it requires strong partnership, local empowerment, and shared accountability. Let this conference mark the beginning of a united, sustained effort to create lasting progress for Northern Ghana. I must say that I'm filled with joy and believe that this joy will last, because I will live to see transformation in the North, so that I will also come and invest here. Your road to this path of progress will not be easy. There will be hurdles and doubts. But I believe that if we maintain this momentum and hold accountable, we will see a North where young people have jobs and hope, where farmers prosper, where mothers deliver safely in modern clinics, where every child can read, where conflicts are replaced by cooperation. And North Ghana that is a cornerstone, prosperous, equitable, and a peaceful Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey of transformation begins now. Please rise up and build a Northern Ghana of your dreams, united in purpose, rich in diversity, and strong in partnership. In doing so, you will be building a better Ghana for all of yourselves. God bless the northern regions. God bless our homeland Ghana. Together, our future is bright. Thank you so much.
Please, let's do it better for our respected minority leader, a friend in whom I am very well pleased, Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, great brother of almost everyone in the house when he is in a good mood. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me acknowledge the support we are getting from the Parliament Television, doing a wonderful production and telecasting live, and the University for Development Studies media team also doing same wonderful production and telecasting live. At this point, We'd like to hear from our development partners. But before that, I'll once again invite my colleague from South, who will acknowledge a few people and invite the first person to give us a goodwill message in about 2 minutes before we take the second person who will also do same in 2 minutes. Then we'll listen to the Chief of Staff. After that, we will now listen to the meat of the event from Mr. Charles Abogri and Chief Andani. Please, a round of applause for Honorable Zuwaira Ibrahima.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alasan Suhini. I think you made my job easy. I will, before we take the message from our development partners, I will acknowledge some of the partners that we are working with. When we talk development, we talk partnership. You heard the Honorable Minister of Education talk about compromise. You heard the Honorable Minority Leader talk about cooperation. And so we're working with some partners who share our vision. First on the list is the British High Commission. The British High Commission today is represented by Madame Samina Bhatia, and she is the Deputy Development Director. She's accompanied to this forum by Mr. Abraham Agoni, and Mr. Agoni is the Northern Ghana advisor at the British High Commission. With her today is David Ayuya, the Executive Assistant for the Northern Desk at the British High Commission. Also with us today are representatives from UNICEF. UNICEF, they are one of our partners. We also have Tree Aid. We have Oxfam Ghana, Chance for Children, Children Believe, and we have our own Dr. Charles Abogri of ISODEC. We have the UNDP represented here. We have Mr. Benjamin Fiafo, who is the country representative for Farm Radio, an NGO in farming. We have Mary White, Project Director, Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Also with us is Mr. Mohamed Awal Alasan, Executive Director and Coordinator of the CSO platform. Alaji Tanko, Executive Director of Star Ghana, is also with us here today. We have our own Garba, Dr. Doliura Zakaria, Chief and the Managing Director of the National Investment Bank. We have UNFPA, and we have Yapeura, Alaji Dr. ABT Zakaria, a former registrar of this very university. Professor Felix Abagali is a former Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University for Development Studies. He's joined us here today. The organizers of the forum invited a lot of personalities and institutions to join us today at this inaugural event. And for those who include officials of the Regional Coordinating Council from the 5 northern regions. We have the honorable members, chief executives of the municipal districts and presiding members of our district assemblies in the 5 northern regions. We have representatives of some political parties gathered here. There are reps of the New Patriotic Party, the National Democratic Congress, the NDC. We have the CPP reps here, and members of the PNC are also with us. The National Youth Authority is here, Ghana Health Service, Ghana Education Service, Ghana Police Service, Ghana Immigration Service, Ghana Fire Service, Ghana Ambulance Service, Ghana Student Representatives. We also have Mr. Mohamed, the Director General of the National Security. Madam Georgina Lams-Tibai. She is the second commander, Ghana Revenue Authority. As Agbo is the Ghana Revenue Authority Tamale Area Director is with us. Level Regional Police Commander, Northern Region, we acknowledge you. We have F1 Joseph Nche Kranti, Fire Kwanda, and Mr. Hadi Tijani, Executive Director of Brains. We have all these great personalities with us here this morning. And at this time, I will invite Madam Samina Bhatia. Okay, forgive me, it's Bhatia, Deputy Development Director of the British High Commission, to present a goodwill message on behalf of all the partners that I mentioned. So she's going to speak not for herself only, but for everyone, each and every one of the partners gathered here with us. With a big hand of applause.
Everybody. Of that, I extend this morning to wish you all the Northern MPs. It has been so inspiring this morning to witness these speeches which demonstrate the dynamism, the youth, the energy, and the bipartisan consensus that we need to advance development progress in the North and address the regional disparities. So first of all, congratulations to you all. This establishment of this caucus is a very important step forward, and we are delighted to see it. These MPs, the 57 who are representing these areas, should be a voice for change. I note also that there are 3 female MPs among them. I see one of our colleagues there. And these 3 MPs, so around 6%, are responsible for advocating for about 50% of the population. Would you agree? So they have a big job on their hands. But I am sure they will make their voices well heard. I can only echo the voices of those who have spoken before me so eloquently. It is heartening to see such a strong understanding and experience driving the agenda for development in the north of Ghana. As you heard from our Honourable Majority Leader, the UK convened a month or so ago, a few months ago, a deep dive on the north of Ghana, bringing together different stakeholders, much like this forum, and have shared the outcomes of that with several MPs represented and our traditional leaders, and we shared those results with this government following its formation. We to see the outcomes of that deep dive taken forward in your deliberations. I am sure that you will give them serious consideration amongst your other activities. I think it's a fantastic way to bring in a range of ideas. On and national levels that it shaped legislation. It's clear from the data and the evidence that the north of Ghana lagged behind in development on important indicators. My esteemed speakers prior to me, poverty was around 41% across Ghana in multidimensional poverty and significantly higher in the north. The maternal mortality rate is significantly higher in the north of Ghana. Education indicators lag behind. So I am delighted to hear about the push for educational outcomes and the establishment of new university campuses in the north. Conflict and insecurity also negatively impact development outcomes, particularly for the most vulnerable. Exclusion, whether of young people, marginalized groups, or women, is also a fuel for conflict and instability. Integrating these voices into local peace committees, conflict resolution mechanisms is essential. I am sure you'll agree with me that their voices will underpin the resilience and the development of this region. Excellency Chairman highlighted the damage caused by Galamsey and to the environment. Those natural resources will take Ghana forward for the decades to come, and I strongly agree that they must be preserved. Honorable Minority Leader also notably pointed out the potential of Northern Ghana, and many of the speakers have said so. It boasts immense untapped opportunities and potential. Amongst its most promising assets are the Pualugu multipurpose dam, mineral reserves, arable land, tourist attractions, and of course the brilliant young people and human capital of Northern Ghana itself. We hope that all of this can drive transformational change. Addressing these disparities requires a whole of society approach driven by national leadership and local ownership. Institutions such as the National Development Planning Commission, the Ministry of Local Government, Regional Coordinating Councils, MMDAs, the Regional Peace Councils, I could go on. These all have a critical role to play. A particularly noteworthy development that we truly welcome is the recent decision to enhance fiscal decentralization. The uncapping of the District Assembly Common Fund and the allocation of 25 million Ghana cedi to district assemblies is a decisive step forward for local development. As development partners, we recognize that decisions made at the local level, underpinned by transparency and robust accountability mechanisms, are indispensable for achieving development objectives that are equitable and impactful. We remain steadfast in our support for such initiatives. I note the speaker prior to me mentioned urgency and integrity underpinning everything that comes ahead. Development partners have supported Northern Ghana for decades through health, agriculture, cash transfers, education programming, youth initiatives, and support to the private sector. But this will not drive change on its own. Support to strengthen public services and strengthen accountability, transparency, and systems of governance will be where the real change is found. We must acknowledge the shifting landscape in international development assistance. The spending of many major donors is declining. For the UK, our new development paradigm emphasizes partnership, underpinning national leadership, shared prosperity, and mutual accountability. We remain committed to working with the Government of Ghana to build resilient systems that deliver for all. So this conference could not be more timely or more pertinent. It provides a crucial platform to engage citizens and to understand the challenges and build forward. We hope that it ushers in a new era of bipartisan action for change and development. As the representatives of the people of Northern Ghana, the impact and the influence of you all as MPs is profound. I am sure you will transmit the voices of those you represent and deliver change within this parliament. I have been inspired, on behalf of all of us as development partners, I'm sure, by the strong and clear vision you have presented today. The challenges are clear. The question is, how can we use data, evidence, community engagement, and collaboration to drive forward change as quickly as possible? We look forward to continuing our collaboration with you towards a more equal and prosperous Ghana. I thank you all. Mbaya.
Thank you so much, Samina Batia, speaking on behalf of our international development partners. And because of the exigencies of managing the time left, I'm going to be a little unfair to our local partner. I'll request of him to just do his presentation in a minute or two. Please join me with a round of applause to welcome the Managing Director for National Investment Bank and also a Chief Dr. Dole Wura Zakaria.
Na Nantona, the chairperson of this occasion, the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, and permit me to stand on established existing protocols and proceed. The National Investment Bank PLC was established primarily for rapid industrialization in 1963. The bank has equity interests in many organizations, including Nestle Ghana Limited, with over 25% shareholding. I am happy to announce that the bank turnaround in 2025 is not only being recapitalized, but more importantly, positioned to compete globally. The bank has just published its half-year account, and I'm happy to announce that it has indeed demonstrated over 667 profits for the year 2025. I am also happy to announce that the minimum capital requirement of banks, which is 13% minimum, has grown to 41% capital adequacy. Indeed, I am also happy to announce that the bank for the last 6 months has increased salaries to the tune of 65% to demonstrate what human capital means to every institution that want to survive in the 21st century. Indeed, lastly, we have also, over the last 10 years, if you speak to many staff, they have never been promoted. I am happy that on the 15th of this month, over 580 staff have been given opportunity to be promoted to their next grades. The center of this achievement is the human capital of the bank. The most critical asset of every organization is the human being. As a leader and CEO of the bank, I'm taking advantage of this vast human capital of the bank to drive the bank to become the bank of choice and a development bank globally. The bank is positioned to support existing businesses and potential businesses, including individuals, but more importantly, to support them in not only giving them resources, but also in the following areas. 1, financial literacy. 2, advisory services, monitoring, and more importantly, supporting them to be able to collect their funds from central government. Many a time when these contractors go to do work, it becomes very difficult for them to get paid. The bank is positioned to support in those areas. Now, Chairman, the bank will work closely with all the 261 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to open new branches and agencies where appropriate. This will enable us to be able to make resources available to our brothers and sisters in the rural areas. Like the minority leader said, and I quote, "Loans are made to be paid and not free. Under my stewardship, there will be zero tolerance for non-performing loans." So if you are coming in for any development project, we welcome you and we will support you to do your business in any form because we are more than liquid. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief, for keeping it simple, and we wish the bank and other national banks like yours the very best as we reset. I said reset our economy. I know Honorable Idris Habib is not happy, and I can hear Abe from behind me, but I'm not going to look back. We'll reset. We shall reset. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have almost all members of parliament from the 5 northern regions represented here today. And so it's my pleasure at this point. If we have time later, we will do the names. But let me start from the Upper East region. Please, shall we have the members of parliament from the Upper East region rise up? Please, let's rise up for acknowledgement. Upper East region. And remember, they have the highest number of MPs in the region. Thank you very much. Honorable Isaac Adongo is there. I can see Daniel from Talensi, Dr. Dr. Anaba is also here. I see Pusiga is here. I'm not surprised that, what's the name? Honorable Member of Parliament for Pusiga. I'm not surprised that my minority leader, the place he wants to go to is Pusiga. Pusiga. Okay. Thank you. Honorable Member of Pusiga, Honorable Haji Aladi is here. Now, Upper West region. Please, members of Parliament from Upper West region. Members of Parliament from Upper West, thank you. In fact, the NPP doesn't have any member of Parliament in the Upper East and Upper West. So don't be expecting to see any NPP member from there. They delivered 100%. Now let's come to Northeast region. Northeast region, members of Parliament from Northeast region. We managed to get one. We managed to get one in Northeast. Yes, we have Dr. Kabiru. We also have we have Nuruddin from Nalergu, Kabiru from Wale Wale, and then the one that we got from Charpone is also here with us. Thank you very much. Now let's go to Northern region. Northern region. We are all here. Northern region, we are all here. Professor Hamza from Kumbungu, unfortunately he doesn't have one from Savulgu. Savulgu has been taken by Hajia Fataya now from the NPP. I can see a former leader of the House who has also taken our seat from Pandai. He's also here with us. We are all here. Let me just put it that way. So we have also members of Parliament from the Savannah region. Savannah region. Members of Parliament from Savannah, they are all here. That place, they had one too. They only had one, but the rest, we took everything. Honorable Zueras from Saula, my vice chairman, my senior brother who wants to be introduced as a younger one, Honorable Saibu from Daboya, and then, yes, all of them are here. Then we have also from, is that all? Oh, I want to add another region. Okay, so thank you. We have all the members of Parliament from the various regions of the North heavily represented here. We thank you. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. We are grateful and we are excited about, the commitment that you are all putting into this. Thank you very much for reserving a Monday morning for an event such as this. Thank you so much indeed. Now let me invite the President's representative, the Honorable Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, to give us a goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for Honorable Julius Deborah.
His Royal Highness Nanton